And now you're ready to go.
All right, thank you, Vanessa. It's 6:31 by way of context. The Board of Selectmen convened tonight at 6 p.m., immediately went into executive session and are now returning to open session. The meeting's been called to order. The governor's prologue has been read, and we are ready for public comment. And I do not see any hands raised. So next up, we have scheduled appointments. We have hopefully a number of volunteer interviews. The Capital Planning Committee apparently was correct in its assessment that engineers look for notices in the paper and respond to them. And so they got at least 3 responses, the 3 that we have scheduled for volunteer interviews this evening. And I see that Mr., and I'm going to apologize in advance, Mr. Hinternetter is first on our list. And it also appears that he is in our attendee queue. So if we can bring him over. Sir, you're muted. There you go.
Okay, great. Thanks.
How badly did I mess up your name?
I think you said it right. It's phonetical. It's Hinternetter.
Okay, great.
Hinternetter. It's fine.
Excellent. Well,
Yeah.
welcome and
Thanks.
Thank you. And I'm assuming that usually I would start with Mr. Shea. He's the engineer on the Board of Selectmen. I know you guys have secret handshakes and all sorts of stuff like that. But appreciate your interest. And the way these work is there's 5 of us on the board, and we'll go around quickly after I give you the opportunity to explain why you're interested and maybe a little bit about yourself that puts some flesh on the information you put on your volunteer form.
Sure.
Then we'll have a quick chat and we'll go from there. Fair enough?
Sounds great. Thank you.
All right. Well, it's the floor is yours.
So I saw the notice. I don't remember exactly where I saw it. I think it was in an email format, but when I saw it, it struck some interest here. I do, I have done a lot of volunteer opportunities. I have not done a lot inside of the town for, opportunities here. For a while, I served on the Board of Trustees for the Southborough Open Land Foundation. And I sat on the trustees of the Breakneck Hill Cow Fund while we had our belted Galloways grazing freely. And though, the cow fund completed, and so that doesn't exist anymore. And I also spend my time, volunteer wise at, I'm on the board of directors for Zoo New England, which manages both the Franklin Park Zoo and the Stone Zoo. So, that's my passion is my profession is inside of engineering and construction. I'm a licensed geotechnical or geostructural engineer in this state. And, I had my license in 6 other states. And I came to Southborough I was just thinking about this, February of 1997 to start working for a company called Schnabel Foundation Company. And we started at 200 Turnpike Road, right, at the corner of Route 9 and 85 there, one of the hidden properties. And, so again, I've spent my time working for a construction company, so I've got a lot of the construction aspect of things. But I also am, a licensed engineer. I've done a lot of design work. And, going into the board of directors for the zoo, I realized that my specialty of, the construction could actually serve very well for that on their facilities and grounds and, all of the projects that I just realized I'm not sure if I'm supposed to be talking about the projects that we have, like up and coming. Anyways, like we have stuff that's happening, some renovation stuff, some new projects. There's stuff on the, design fronts that are, that are gonna be coming out, and then there's more that are, talked about. So, I have been a licensed engineer for, I think, maybe 15 years, something like that. When I came out to work for the company Schnabel, it was really the first professional work I did out, after I got my graduate degrees. And until about, I want to say 3 years ago, my office was in Southborough. It moved from 200 to 206, which actually went from 200 to 116 Middle Road, which then got renamed 206 Turnpike. But so that until then I worked there, and that company decided to pull out of the Northeast. They're a nationwide company. And so, now what I do, I work for a construction company that's based in Stoughton, Mass. And I'm the president of the company. And so we do a lot of large commercial projects in Boston, Cambridge, Somerville type areas, doing slurry walls, which are the very large foundations that are put in from existing grade, but can put in 3, 4, 5, 8 levels of underground parking before the building actually is constructed. And then the building can be built from there up. So it's a very specialized niche inside of the, construction world. And so, I'm always interested in where I can make a contribution. And so, in my discussion, with the folks on that are, or I reached out to the chair and, having that discussion about like what's on the docket. I listened to one or two of the meetings and heard of stuff that was upcoming. And I said, I can make a contribution here in our town. And, I've actually worked here longer than I've lived here. I moved here in 2003. So, it took me those 6 years of working in Southborough to figure out how the heck I could afford to move into Southborough. But, I wouldn't have it any other way. It's my home now. I originally came from New York and I absolutely adore this town. So.
All right. Well, great framework for being interested in volunteering. I'll start with you, Ms. Braccio. Questions or comments for Mr. Hinternetter?
I'm just going to say Steve, if it's okay.
That's fine.
Okay. I'm just not going to go there. First, I want to just thank you for volunteering, for stepping up. The Capital Committee is a fairly new committee that the Board of Selectmen created, and they have huge responsibilities on them. You had actually answered the 2 questions that I had you attended or watched any of the meetings, and then how you heard about the opportunity as well. So I thank you for stepping forward. Based on, I know you just said that you had spoken to the chair. Is there anything in particular that you may have watched or seen the committee discuss that may have been of a specific interest to you?
No, actually, no. I mean, there were things that were interesting, right? So I learned some stuff, right? Because I don't really know, I don't really pay attention to how you all spend the money, right? Like, or we spend the money, right, as a town. And so when, like, I think one of the ones was about, fire, the fire chief was there and having a discussion about, the water truck and size of a water truck, 500, 1,000, 2,000 gallons. And so, I was like, right, very logical thought process in that. And we have to look at like, I wouldn't say the cost per gallon, but like, what's the cost per usage? Like, what's the reason? How often will we need it? And that. So, there's like interesting stuff there, nothing to do with, like pieces of what I've done in the past. So, and then I also know there's discussion about, future talk about like Woodward School and whatever, like whatever there is there, repurposing or keeping or not like any of that. And I've also been, watching stuff like when we watched the new construction happen for the police and the fire stations, right? And just like watching the history of it, I get very interested on what we're doing. And when I saw that happen, it's like, I don't know how else to be polite about it, but it was like, yay, we're not in the 1970s anymore, or whatever the heck, the look is, right? And it was like, great, we're a town that actually figured it out. We figured out how to get the resources that were right, put those in place. And by the way, my understanding is that somehow miraculously we came in under budget. And I'm like, that's even better, because it's almost unheard of, right, in today's world, right, to actually have projects coming in under budget. So it's
Great. Thank you.
Kudos to whoever had anything to do with that. So.
Well, thank you. And just one final quick question.
Yeah.
Have you ever, I think you kind of answered this, but I'll ask it again. Is this would be your first time if you were selected serving on a committee for the town of Southborough?
I think that's correct. I've never been appointed by you folks for anything. Is that how it would always work? Because again, like Southborough Open Land Foundation is a private or public 501c3, right?
Yeah.
So yes, I'm sorry. I have not served.
Okay, great. That's it. Thank you for stepping forward. And Marty, if I can just make one suggestion, I know that Mr. Malinowski is out there in the audience. I don't know if he may or may not have a question or something that he might wants to add to this discussion. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Sure.
Good suggestion. Jason, you are out there. After we go around, if you have anything you want to weigh in on any of the three gentlemen we're talking to tonight, just raise your hand and we'll get to you. But for now, we're going to Chelsea Malinowski.
Okay. Hi, Steve. Thanks for coming, and thank you for your interest in this committee. And as Marty had stated, or Lisa, this was a committee that's been reinvigorated within the last year, and I think this board has been very supportive of that committee, and I think they've done a lot of great work to get to this point. So my question for you is, after you kind of have followed some of the meetings, and your example on the tanker was a good one on something that I think you can learn from, but where would you add the most value? Would it be in relation to looking at buildings or other assets of the town?
So I mean, from a background standpoint, the construction, everything I've ever done is underground. My specialty is everything underground. So, if there's stuff involved with anything, whether it's I don't know, again, whether it's utility work, something that we're up to, chasing, whether there's buildings, and then, I have to be honest, I think building a building when you get above ground is really easy. It's the challenging stuff is digging inside of the stuff we don't know. But I think you asked me where I think I'd make the biggest contribution. And I think I would say that the biggest contribution is not necessarily just inside of engineering and construction side, but it's more of my ability to actually not just be content with the status quo answer. I would rather just ask, actually inquire, what why we would want to do something, what could we actually gain out of it? Because the reality is that if Southborough does something which, quite frankly, brings down the town, right? That would kind of be pointless. So, I don't want to see something that's put up that then goes, ugh, and I also don't want to take something down, which people go oh my God, that's one of the reasons I moved here, and I'd say that's what was one of the most gut wrenching things for me personally, when the Breakneck Hill Cow Fund had to dissolve, was when I moved here, my property abuts that conservation land. And one of the things that brought me here was I wanted to be near those cows. It was something that I've never seen before, so unique that they were grazing. So, it's again, yeah, I think that probably answers my.
Okay. Good answer. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Shea.
So Steve, I think the one thing that we could have done better with the public safety building, that you mentioned it, if we just had a slurry wall foundation for that building, I know it would have been a much better enhancement.
Yeah, you couldn't. Our rock is too high here. Bedrock.
Yeah, Brian, I'm kind of wondering now why you guys didn't put 4 or 5, floors of parking underneath. Come on.
Yeah, exactly. And to your point about buildings being easier, if we didn't have the filed subbid laws, I might agree with you more on that. But in any case,
I get that too.
That's a complicating factor. So as Marty had mentioned, I'm an engineer in the group, and it didn't really click until now. But I know that some of the projects that we've designed have utilized East Coast slurry I don't think there's anything that I'm working on currently where there is an overlap. But I know there have been in the past. So from that perspective.
And what company are you with?
Currently Stantec previously.
Oh, sure.
So Stantec had acquired FST and I was with FST forever. And I think you folks had done for the MWRA, that North Dorchester Bay pump station.
It's quite possible.
Project.
Again, my experience with East Coast Slurry has been about a little over, almost nearly 3 years, 2.5, 3 years.
Yeah.
So, my specialty before that was doing all these other very unique excavation support systems and unique foundations that were exactly not slurry walls, which is kind of funny.
Yep. Interesting.
Okay.
So I think, what you've been saying is great. I don't have additional questions. Of really the ones that I wanted to touch upon have been hit on already. And I think it'd be a great addition to the group. I think that there's 3 really, really strong candidates for this. I think we have a tough decision ahead of us tonight. Thanks, Marty.
Sure. Like I said, secret handshakes with you guys.
Yep.
All right, Mr. Stivers.
Thank you. Steve, thanks for applying for the position. Great to see people step up to volunteer. Looks like you've got great technical expertise. I can't resist quipping that with your specialty, maybe you should consider the cemetery committee in terms of underground focus, but if we had one, which we don't. Sorry, Marty, couldn't resist. The question I have, I guess, is you touched on the fact that there's value in this position in terms of having some context for what's going on around town. Have you been a regular attendee at town meeting, for example, so you've followed the budget pressures that we've experienced over the past 5-10 years here?
Yeah, the answer is yes and no. I don't think I went to the last one. I do remember going to the 2 before that. Like I know when we were having the discussions of whether to, what to do with, St. Mark's golf course, and how to, how that whole acquisition and that took multiple years of, votes or not votes and budgeting and stuff. So, I'm not a diligent goer, but I have, gone for some of the meetings that were just hours and hours and, get put in the overflow room instead of the regular room and go, oh man, I don't want to be there. Next time I got to get there early.
Very exciting to get there early and see the whole 12 hours worth. So that was my main question in terms of sort of background context for this, because one of the issues that this committee wrestles with is how you think longer term, how you understand how we got to where we are in terms of some of the fiscal pressures as it interacts with capital, et cetera. And going forward, I think there's going to be, I hope, more collaboration with the schools. Have you followed the school committee capital budgeting process at all?
No, I actually don't follow almost anything in the town as far as like, who is dealing with what. And this is, I don't mean to be ignorant about it, but I've just assumed that we as Southborough people have it handled. It never really occurred to me like, oh, there could be a need. I spent a lot of time, with, again, on the board of directors and then chairing a subcommittee on the building and grounds facility. And, we've got master plans and developed them. And so I've been involved for, I think it's been 8 years. And from where we were to where we are now and to where we think we're going, I get the long-term planning aspect and realizing, that some of them are lofty goals and trying to figure out, because it's, like on that organization, it is sitting as a Commonwealth owned property in the center of a Boston owned park. Right. And then it's a 501c3 managing stuff. For the state, right? Like managing the properties and stuff. So it's like there's a lot of complexity in what we can actually create and how we can do that. So, I can get that piece, but no, I haven't been following, very closely, really any of the topics.
Okay.
So,
okay, that answers my questions. Then thanks very much.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Sam. And I don't see Mr. Malinowski's hand up, so I'm assuming that we've successfully covered the ground that he'd be interested in hearing about. So one of the things, and Mr. Shea touched upon it, Again, we recreated, reinvigorated, whatever the right terminology is, the capital planning committee, and it's a bit of a committee in, if it's not in flux yet, it's going to be in flux because we're wrestling with exactly what the composition is going to look like, just because there are some town bylaws that restrict some of the, for instance, advisory committee people who are on the committee. And somebody, maybe a number of people also indicated, is yourself, we're talking to two other folks. We've got what appear on paper, and nothing in this conversation has disabused me of that notion that we have three very talented folks with engineering backgrounds who are interested in being involved in some town committees. And I think part of our discussion is going to be to figure out a way to have all you three involved, in some way, shape, or form. But give us that flexibility, and we will appreciate your chatting with us tonight. And obviously, you're welcome to stick around and watch anything in the short term or longer term. But we're going to shift over and talk to a couple of the other folks now.
Yeah, thanks. I really appreciate it. And here's the thing: I'm interested in making a contribution. So whether it's this or whether it's something else, I'm open to whatever. I'm not trying to sell myself. I have lots to do, and I guarantee you I can make a difference in any aspect of it. It's just, what it is that we as the town really want to make the difference. And so, it's engineering background is great, and my construction background is great. And, my training for listening for, what's going on and not getting caught up in, too much ruckus of the story about, like too much getting caught up in other people's opinions. Right. So, and I very much thank you for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. And well said at the end there. So whether it's capital planning or something else, you're going to end up on a committee pretty soon. I think that's a safe bet.
Well, you all have my contact, and I live in your town. So.
All right. Take care, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Vanessa, next, I'm just going to go in the order we've got, and I apologize that if folks tuned in either at 6 or at 6:30. But next up was Mr. Reed. So Mr. Belniak, I apologize that we're going to get to you third. Unless, raise your hand real quick, Mr. Belniak, if for some reason going third would be a problem for you from a time standpoint. I know you've been on for a while. No? Okay, we're going to go with Mr. Reed then. And Mr. Reed, you are muted. At some point when you've unmuted, and I'm not sure if we're going to be able to see you on our screens. Whoops. There we go. I love it when technology works. I have nothing to do with it, but I love to see it work. Welcome.
Well, thank you, Mr. Healy. If I could just first check and make sure everyone can hear me okay.
Absolutely. Yeah, and please, Marty, Mr. Reed, as I call you, Mr. Reed, don't call me Mr. Healy. All right, I'll go with John. How's that?
That would suit just fine. Thank you.
Okay. I know you were in the queue, so I think you heard some of both the prologue and what I said at the end. So I'm not going to repeat all of it. I'm just going to give you the opportunity. Again, appreciate the information you provided, but maybe just before we go around our queue, and Chelsea, I'm going to start with you this time. Just a quick, description of your background and why you reached out with an interest in capital planning.
Sure. So just in the interest of time, I did prepare a brief introduction, and that might just help move it along right to the questions. At a high level, I own my own consulting firm for over 13 years. I continue to own and invest in real estate and work for companies involved in various facets of construction engineering for over 25 years. On a personal level, I've lived in Southborough for over 10 years, first renting and later buying a home. And our children attend the Southborough public school system. I previously served one term on the Public Safety Building Committee. referring to a recent news article which highlighted some of the recent activities around capital planning for the current school buildings in Southborough. By way of example, my familiarity with those buildings gained as a parent, in addition to my construction engineering background, could benefit such an initiative. What I can offer to this committee, it's 20 years of construction engineering experience in development and redevelopment of residential and commercial properties and energy infrastructure. Engineering expertise backed up by dual professional licensure in civil and structural engineering in Massachusetts. And lastly, experience in serving on and being retained by boards. Those are various types of private and public boards, given expert testimony in front of regulatory and state bodies, and preparing testimony in court for civil and structural matter. With that being said, I'm happy to answer any questions that the selectmen may have.
All right, nice little summary. Ms. Malinowski.
Thank you. Thanks, John, and thank you for your interest in this committee as well. It sounds like your background fits well with what this committee is looking for. Can you elaborate on how up to speed you are with what the Capital Committee is working on right now?
I spent some time, and it was actually in following some limited interaction that I had with, I believe he's your husband, I'm not sure, just either by some relationship perhaps.
Yes.
But it was upon that initial introduction, I did spend some time looking at what is essentially the mandate of the committee and understanding what is at hand. Since then, trying to keep a pulse on some of those initiatives, largely through the local news. One that piqued my interest most recently is the initiative to look at the public schools and understand how those schools will be addressed from a capital planning perspective, amongst other considerations. That is essentially the essence of my involvement.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right, Brian.
Thanks, John. Thank you for throwing your hat in the ring for this. I appreciate it. It's good to see all the engineers very prepared for tonight. Just curious, have you had a chance? I know that you had coordinated with Jason on this, but have you had a chance to watch any of the committee's meetings, or get into either recordings of them or see them live, the meetings that they are having?
The short answer is no. In fact, in this, it becomes just a matter of clearing the schedule. I don't recall exactly what night that most recent meeting was, but there was a conflict with my, between other activities and that I participate in on that particular evening, and that's really the only event that I'm aware of since the advertising went out. And tonight is that single meeting. Unfortunately, because of the conflict, I could not listen in.
Okay. I guess in the form that you had filled out, you had indicated the Capital Planning Committee. As Marty had noted, and hope you had heard that we've got 3 strong candidates for this. If for some reason we do select one of the other people, are there other committees? Would you still look to be involved in the town, involved in some way? Because quite honestly, I think that all the people we're going to talk to tonight, I think they're going to be strong additions to a number of other committees that we do have.
I would consider it. I think perhaps with appreciating Mark Purple's in the audience and having served the one term on the building committee, that is my passion, quite frankly. And I shared this with Mr. Malinowski as part of the brief interaction. It was my wife who, she keeps a very close tab on the local news through some of these local websites and so forth. And she brought that to my attention because I think she knows that's my passion. That's what I enjoy doing. I do it day in and day out. So the short answer is if there's an opportunity and it's related to exactly really how that was advertised with the construction and engineering and perhaps with some association to the planning aspects of that, I would certainly be interested.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, Sam, Mr. Stivers?
Yes, thanks, John, for applying for the position. Great to find people who are interested in these jobs, which are really important for some of the longer term decisions that the town is making. A couple of quick questions. One is, per your comment about the conflict with the last meeting, are you generally available during the evenings for capital plan committee meetings, evenings, or the first thing in the morning? I think there have been a couple of those along the way. Is that flexibility in your schedule?
I am. So I'm thinking about that one particular interest. It actually happens to be the fact that I serve on a board of trustees for property in Worcester, Massachusetts, and it was scheduled that same exact night, but I happen to chair that board. So it becomes a mere matter of knowing that, in essence, I have control and the ability to move around those dates. So that's an example of where, by and large, and I think I pointed this out in the submittal of my interest, that I'm generally available on most evenings. I'll just briefly share. Mark, you might recall this being what led to me not being able to serve any longer on the Public Safety Building Committee. Was I went through a career change, and and it involved extensive travel. I was living out of a suitcase and traveling very extensively 5 days a week. Since then, I've made a career change that is essentially the complete opposite. I'm home every day, and not nearly that level of commitment that I was experiencing largely over the last 5 years.
Okay, thanks. And second question, in terms of connection to town activities, finances, et cetera, have you been a pretty regular town meeting attendee? And so you've got some sense of context relative to where we've been budget-wise over the last half dozen years or so?
Yes, sir.
Good. That answers my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Braccio.
Great, thank you. Good evening, John. Thank you for coming tonight, and thank you for stepping forward.
Pleasure.
I just have a couple questions for you. You did say that you had served a term on the Public Safety Building Committee. That was a very successful committee for this town. It moved a lot of important things forward in getting the public safety building done. So could you just share from that committee what you found, your expertise in engineering, and how it played a role in what you were able to bring to the committee and the meetings that you had attended?
So reflecting on it and appreciating Mark's in the room to be able to verify what I'm about to say is that being a part of any board involves consensus building and team building and so forth. And what I think I brought to the table was, particularly at that phase of that initiative, was, for instance, looking at various options. I remember at the time I was looking at property down near the transfer station and looking at the potential reuse of that property. And I'll give just one example where we're looking at trying to reuse that property. As an engineer, I can look at the existing land and at least make a proposal that, well, could you make it work on the existing parcel? If you know that's a constraint and there's just not the ability to purchase land that would allow for the construction of that facility, then that was some of what I tried to contribute to was, well, looking at the existing facility and you lay out the footprint of a building, could you make it work if this was your only option? And then listening to the previous conversation is looking at the geotech conditions, and there was the understanding that at the transfer station there's all sorts of complications in that area with respect to the subsurface conditions. That's what an engineer brings to the conversation and the development of these and the progress of these initiatives.
Okay, great. Thank you. And just one final question following up again on something you had said. So you had said that you had a conversation with Mr. Malinowski, who is the chair of the Capital Planning Committee. And based on your conversations, and I would assume he shared with you some of the things the committee's doing and whatnot. What are you most interested in jumping into and using your expertise based on what the committee is working on currently?
Yes. So just to be clear, Lisa, I didn't have any conversation with Mr. Malinowski. It was merely correspondence through email, and that was the limit of it. And I'll let my view of that was I looked at it as an opportunity in this advertising to take a step back over the last few weeks and follow to do my own reading and to follow some of the recent news that's come to publication, and let that be the basis of my understanding coming into this interview, without with I'll say a limited understanding, but very much focused on those credentials that the committee is seeking.
Great. Thank you for the clarification. And again, thank you for stepping forward. We appreciate returning people to step forward again, and those new as well. So thank you very much.
My pleasure. Thank you, everyone, for your time.
All right, John, I'm going to let you go. I'm assuming you heard the little spiel I went through at the end, that the committee's in flux and we're trying to figure out exactly what to do with it, but we've got some decisions to make both in the short and medium term about that.
Understood. Happy to help in any way I can. Is again emphasizing that if it's within that that boundary of engineering and construction, I'm happy to contribute.
All right, terrific. Nice chatting with you.
Take care. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Belniak, who sent me a little chat that he was fine going third. So Vanessa, if we can bring Alan Belniak over.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Hey, Alan. Yes, Marty Healy. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. How are you?
I'm good.
Great.
So you've been in the audience, so you've got a little bit of a feel for the way we've been doing this. So I'm not going to waste anybody's time. I'm going to go quickly to you and just give us a quick, capsule summary of your background and why you're interested in. Actually, you listed 3 different boards and committees: capital planning, economic development, and metropolitan area planning.
Yes.
So if you could just, you don't have to go into great depth about the 3 of them, but just generally
Sure.
what you're interested in, and again, a quick appreciation for you're willing to throw your hat in the ring.
Sure. Thank you all for having me. I appreciate that. What an excellent set of candidates. I'm humbled to be here. So hopefully I can live up to the prior 2 speakers. I've been a resident for about 14 or 15 years. I was on the board of directors of Southborough Extended Day Program for about 5 or 6 years. I've got two daughters in the public school system. I'm currently a volunteer on the Near East School Council. I've never been appointed by the Board of Selectmen for anything in the past, so you've probably never seen me. I did express interest in a technology committee in the past. I do follow a lot of business going on in town, maybe not as much as others, but I do follow typically through my Southborough or just looking at minutes. That's how I heard about this position. I know you're all interested how it worked, how people are finding out. I will have to say I think that worked out incredibly well because I reached out to a few people to learn more. I did have a telephone conversation with Mr. Malinowski to just understand and try to investigate the position a little bit. Bit of personal background. I'm a WPI undergraduate. Like the other folks who spoke, I'm a registered PE in Massachusetts since 2002, so about 19 years. One of the projects, so I worked in engineering for about 10 years and I left and focused on marketing and product management and then came back. I currently work at VHB, Vanessa Hangen Breslin. And one of the projects I worked on in my first year, my first go around there was actually the Southborough Master Plan. It was actually, one of the last things I worked on just before I left, and it was interesting. It was right around the time I was moving here. So I was like, oh, this is really interesting. I get to work on a project in the town that I live, So having that connection, truly a vested interest in what you're working on, I think kind of deepens that connection to the work. So right now I'm back at VHB. I actually manage a piece of software that focuses on asset management. We sell it into other municipalities, things like managing a pavement budget, managing a sidewalk budget, bridges and culverts. So inspecting big major pieces of infrastructure and then try to figure out how to best use a budget for long-term spending toward making smart improvements in those kinds of things. So I think I've got a decent background in engineering plus a few other things. I think the value I can add is that like the other folks who spoke, I can talk engineering pretty well with other engineers. I tend to view myself as a bridge and kind of putting my foot into two different camps, being able to listen and then translate and then listen and translate back. So that's some of the things I think I can bring forward. And also some of the customers of the product I manage are truly the people who are financially constrained, especially in the past 9-10 months where revenue has not been coming in because of COVID. So how do we actually move civic government forward, knowing we've got 40, 50, 60, 70, X% less than we did the year before? So I envy the position that folks have in town with having to make those kinds of decisions. But that's my understanding of, or my exposure to what capital planning and large scale budgetary decisions might entail.
You more than held up your end. That's a great and interesting summary, and it certainly explains your interest. Brian, I'm going to start with you, Mr. Shea.
Sure, Alan. Thank you for again submitting on this. Actually, for all three, the two committees and the council. It's good to see you stepping forward. I know with respect to capital planning committee.
Mm-hmm.
I know the town has been and is well served in my opinion, with VHB for a lot of the work that they're doing with the DPW. Mm-hmm. Heavily involved with the Main Street design project also, but involved with Karen on other projects. Yeah. A lot of those I could see making their way onto capital improvement programs. Do you foresee, or I guess how would you, knowing that you're working with VHB as well, mm-hmm. do you think that would present a conflict for you?
Thank you for bringing that up because I knew I had to mention I worked at VHB. First off, it's on my resume. It's not like you can't see it. You can find me on LinkedIn. But the reason it's good that you brought that up. In many instances where VHB has been either a town's acting engineer and then VHB has represented private development projects have come forward, there's just a very simple recusal process. So if there's, hey, what do you think about XYZ? And if I can offer up an opinion about XYZ without binding myself or putting myself in a pinch morally and ethically, I certainly will. If I think there's an opportunity to comment or offer up something on something that would bind me, I would certainly step away and say, no, that's really great. I think I need to take a step back from this. So I think just as I was trained from day one as an engineer who we often represent two sides, it's just that when that happens, you do this. It's woven into the fabric of how I've been taught as an engineer.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
All set, Brian?
Yes, I am.
Here, all right, Mr. Stivers.
Thanks, Alan, for stepping forward for this. Interesting, you mentioned the master plan thing. We are in the process of trying to finalize the 10-year update of that master plan at this point. So a couple of us are involved in that process, and maybe we need to pull you back in to figure out where we went wrong last time and how we can do a better job. Similar to the questions I've asked previously, how would you describe your connection to town budget history, activities, et cetera, through town meeting attendance or other kinds of activities that sort of keep you in touch with where we've been coming from in terms of resources available to develop capital plans and projects?
I think at a high level, we don't have enough resources. I've never worked with a municipality who says, "Nah, we're pretty good for budget." It's never that. That's never the case. I do know I've attended a couple of town meetings in the past, and I think I'm trying to think of which ones I attended most recently. I can't recall. I've not attended every single one. It just hasn't typically worked out in terms of schedule. I do think the addition of having childcare certainly helps. Or even moving it to Saturday was, in my opinion, just was such a great move because it made it such a challenge for the evening events. But that aside, I've attended a couple of them. I know they're big to-dos, big affairs. Lots of decisions are made. It is impossible to make everyone happy. There's a lot to spend money on, and I think it's just a balancing act of what is the criticality, what's the risk of exposure, what's the risk of failure. And I think it's easy to say qualitatively, well, this is important, and this is important, and this is important. Well, if everything's important, nothing's important, right? So finding a way to, and this is the engineer in me coming out, almost finding a way to kind of quantitatively rank things and stack rank things and figure things out, and then try to say, okay, now that we have all these things figured out, this is a good way to move forward with how to prioritize that spending.
Okay, thanks very much. That takes care of my questions, Marty. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Sam. Ms. Braccio.
Good evening, Alan. Thank you for coming. First off, I want to say I really like your background.
Thank you.
I think that's something you should share with the board.
Happy to do so.
Also, I appreciate that you applied for more than one committee on the off chance that, again, not that you're not completely qualified and would do amazing on this, but we do have 3 great candidates. So I appreciate that you've given us other options to be able to utilize all that you bring to the table. I'm gonna share one of the questions that I had before you. You said you had a conversation with Mr. Malinowski, and based on that conversation, what is one of the things you're most interested in jumping into and you think your expertise could be most utilized with?
I think I was speaking with Jason, it must have been, I think it was about 2 weeks ago. I forget the exact date. It was recently, it was maybe just a day or two before I submitted my application, because I wanted to actually speak with someone on the board to understand, or the committee to understand what things were like before I went and pulled the trigger. Because what I wanted to understand was what is the time commitment? Because I wanted to make sure if you were looking for someone for, and I'm exaggerating, but like 30 hours a week, I wasn't going to participate. Not because I'm not afraid of a commitment, but I didn't want to be that person who didn't pull their weight, right? So I wanted to understand, is it something I can commit to? And I think it is something I could. And then I said, so what are the kind of things you're working on or going through? When I heard about the contemplation of closing a school, I was like, wow, that's really interesting, because on the one hand, like one of the reasons my wife and I moved here was because of the fantastic school system. So my knee-jerk reaction was, no, the schools are great. But then I had to think it through a little more, like, wait a second. And so then the secondary and cumulative effects and the implications of, what if you close the school? What could you do with the land? Could you repurpose the building? Could you repurpose the building as is? Or would you have to make retro? And so all these kind of things started spinning around. And that got me really interested. Now I know we're already kind of partway through that consideration process, so I don't know at what point I could jump in and make an impact. But that project or projects like that, these big scale things where it's like, hey, did you ever think about completely flipping the script on something like that? It's just really interesting. So our conversation more was around the board, the structure of the board, and the commitment. We didn't talk about too much about a particular project, but that one in particular, as briefly as we talked about it, was pretty interesting to me.
Okay, great answer. And again, thank you for stepping forward. I'm all set, Marty.
All right, thanks, Lisa. Ms. Malinowski.
Thanks, Alan, and thank you for your interest in all the committees. All my capital questions were taken, so I'm actually going to ask an EDC question.
Okay.
And I guess it's a 2-part question. What interests you about EDC, and what do you think you could bring to the table? And I guess I have a 3rd part to that too, is how closely are you following the downtown initiative, and does that interest you, or are you more interested in Route 9?
So great. So I'm interested in all three, just probably because of my background, as I explained. If you know, hey, this civil engineering guy focused on transportation, that's just kind of my thing. So that's why I do have an interest in all three of these, and probably in that order. But as if honestly, if I were to get offered the option to join any one of them, I would be just as happy. So EDC is interesting to me because one of my friends serves on one of the subcommittees, Julie Connolly, and just hearing what's going on and knowing that area of town and driving through and saying, it sure would be great if we could do more here. But then also knowing it's not just simply saying, oh, we should just do more here. We should just put in a building. It's not just putting in something. There are so many things behind the scenes, whether it's infrastructure, whether it's navigating perhaps tense political issues or stakeholder engagement or stakeholder agreement. Those are all things that I think are parts of the equation, and it's not a simple equation to fix. So I have an interest in the downtown area because I go through there. I have an interest in Route 9 just because the tax base in Southborough is predominantly residential. We don't have a ton of retail and things like that, like one of our neighbors of Natick, which is why their tax base is so great. So finding ways to attract and maintain a commercial tax base on Route 9 is certainly interesting. But again, along with that, isn't just saying, okay, well, just let's change the zoning and put more buildings in. It's what's going to attract people to come here, and then again, let them stay and make it worthwhile for them to actually make that decision to go through a real estate transaction and put their roots down.
Okay, thank you. And it sounds like if you've had conversations with Julie about how EDC works and the structure there, have you had a chance to watch any of their meetings?
So similar with both Capital and EDC, if you could see my personal web browser at home, I've probably got about 30 open tabs between past meeting minutes and paused YouTube events. So it's one of those things where I'm going to open up a bunch of stuff and try to consume it when I can. So it's been
Okay.
bits and pieces,
Yeah.
but admittedly, I've not watched several meetings, start to finish. But it's definitely something that I know that were I to move forward, then if my candidacy were considered, then it's like I need to get smart if I'm going to be an active participant. So
Great. Thank you so much, Alan.
thank you.
All right, thanks, Chelsea. Alan, I don't have anything. Not surprisingly, these folks have covered the ground. I guess something I should have said both to Mr. Reed and to Mr. Internetter, but the cumulative effect when you were speaking really just sort of hit me that, there are a lot of terrific things about Southborough, but one of the truly terrific things is just the wealth of talent that the town has. And boy, oh boy, has that been underscored by these three discussions tonight. So thank you for your interest. You bring a terrific background and enthusiasm to these areas, and we will be in touch.
I appreciate your time. Thanks so much.
All right, take care.
Take care.
All right, Mr. Malinowski sent a chat saying that he wanted to weigh in after we talked to all three gentlemen. So Vanessa, if you can bring Mr. Malinowski over.
Hey, Marty, how are you?
Good, Jason. Are you scrambling here to become an ex officio member of the Board of Selectmen?
No, I'm not. And I'm not going to make your job any easier. That's why you are all the appointing authority. I just figured I'd add a few comments in here. Obviously, speaking on behalf of Capital, we're obviously thrilled that we have 3 people looking to join our committee. And it doesn't make your job any easier, of course, but I did have a chance to talk live to 2 out of the 3 applicants, as they noted, and exchanged emails with John. I would just say, underscore the point that you already made, Marty, halfway through. We do expect that we'll have more than 1 opening in the near term. So wherever you go as a board tonight, I would just, whoever isn't on that appointment list, obviously, hopefully they stay interested in follow our meetings, because we all know that boards and committees are cyclical and people have other commitments. And obviously we know of certain things related to advisory that are forthcoming. I think when we look at commitment from our committee, right, we've set up at 7:30 on Monday nights every other week, and have had no reason to alter that schedule for quite a period of time. So I think that would be the level of commitment we are looking for whoever you do decide to appoint. And I guess I'll just add my kudos to this process. I know I've been, harping on this for quite a while, given some of our conversations and updates the capital planning has been making. But this is clearly what we just did in terms of this recruitment process works. So hopefully, for whatever other boards and committees you're looking to drum up interest for or get specific expertise, I hope the same process works in terms of notification of the chair, allowing the chair to reach out and offer time to talk to these candidates, because obviously it makes them better prepared for the discussion with all of you, but also just the advertising means in terms of social media, et cetera, goes a long way.
All right. Thanks, Jason. All right. Before we move on to our other items, discussion. I mean, we don't have to make a decision tonight. I'm not sure that we're going to get any additional, qualitative information. So I think we've got a basis for making a decision tonight, but I will open up for discussion and also about direction. If we are going to go with making a selection tonight, what direction that might be. So
I don't see why we don't make a decision. As you say, I don't think there's a lot more data out there that we need to collect.
All right, Mr. Stivers, you started, so
Okay.
Everybody else didn't take a step forward. You did, so you get to go first.
Fantastic. I love it. As you said, Marty, a very strong set of candidates. I can see all three being a very effective participant in the capital planning committee for a variety of reasons. I guess I'm also interested in looking at sort of the larger picture in terms of finding a position for all three of these folks someplace. I don't want to lose any of them. And so in terms of background, it seems to me that I guess I lean toward Mr. Reed for this position initially. Maybe try to think of Mr. Belniak in terms of the EDC position. I think he's got some strengths that could do that. Mr. Hinternetter, again, I think is a great candidate for, as Jason mentioned, there's maybe another spot opening up on capital planning, but Mr. Hinternetter said that you would also be interested in other roles in town committees. And so maybe there are other places that could be an opening. So again, I can be convinced otherwise, but if I had to, make a decision right now, that would be where I would be leaning to try to keep all three involved in the process and take advantage of their considerable skills. I think we got a great set of choices here.
All right, good thoughts. Lisa?
All right, thank you. Sam, I'm similar with you that I think we have three great people and I would hate to miss the opportunity. I think one of the key points that Jason touched on as well as we know, that there's going to be additional opportunities at some point on capital. The only place I differ was based on some of the responses. Mr. Belniak, I think his energy that he would bring to EDC would be wonderful, and his knowledge. I was leaning more towards, I'm not going to butcher his last name, our first candidate, Steve, for filling this position initially, and then Mr. Reed for if another position opens up.
As I say, I don't, feel strongly about it in the sense of I had to make the decision, that's where I would lean, but I think we win either way, frankly.
Agreed, Sam. I agree.
All right, Ms. Malinowski.
So if I had to decide tonight, I would go with Steve on capital, just based on his answer on the vision of making town-wide good decisions. I think he also has the engineering piece to it, which I think is a huge asset, but I also think the perspective that he had on kind of what capital's charge is, I think that kind of resonated with me. And then I agree with Lisa on the energy that Mr. Belniak had, and I think that would go well with EDC. And, I think as we kind of watch what happens with advisory and capital and as positions open up, then I think we can keep Mr. Reed on kind of a tickler list for future consideration if that opens up.
All right, and Mr. Shea.
Thanks. So, it was really, really great that we had the opportunity to speak with all three. They provided information ahead of time. What really impressed me with Mr. Belniak and why I thought that he would be, and still do think he'd be a great capital planning committee addition, is the focus on asset management that he has with his work. But then in hearing him talk and answering questions that you had, Chelsea, on EDC, it's just great to see him, so excited by opportunities on Route 9, excited with opportunities downtown. And I think that he would be a tremendous addition to EDC. So I don't think we could go wrong with that. Very, very impressed with both John and Steve, and could go either way. If there is another opportunity that does come up in the future on the capital planning, I would like to commit to appointing one, if one does not get appointed tonight, to committing that person for the next available spot. These are the three people who answered the call for openings to that committee. And I think that we would, owe it to them to give them the first chance at another opening if it were to come up as well. And I think just to be safe, and have absolutely no qualms whatsoever with Steve, but if there were a vote on Steve, I think it'd be advisable with other relations that I know that our company has had in designs that have utilized the East Coast slurry. I might just abstain from that vote. But, Steve, if you are listening, it's in no way, shape, or form reflective on any hesitancy to appoint you to that committee. So.
All right, having listened to this, to talk about a punt, I agree with everybody. But really, I do agree with everybody. And I think actually the easy decision, if it's that, is Mr. Belniak, and I see you're still out there, and it's got nothing to do with whether or not you'd be a valuable member of capital planning. But I'm telling you, if I were going to sort of outline an answer that someone could and should give for interest in economic development and intersecting with town resource questions, particularly where towns, including this one, find themselves these days, I'm not sure if I could have framed a better answer. So I guess I'll do the, so I don't think there's any disagreement that Mr. Belniak, and hopefully he'll accept it, that there'll be a motion to appoint him to the EDC. The second one is, I guess, and I agree that both of the other two gentlemen are going to end up on capital planning. And it's not just because, gee, is somebody going to get off? I mean, we are reconstituting the committee because of concerns about advisory, about them being ad hoc versus long-term. And so I think both of these gentlemen are going to be on capital planning in the relatively short term. I guess my motion would be for Mr. Hinternetter to get that appointment now. And obviously it's got nothing to do with Mr. Reed not being a terrific candidate. I just think that the jump ball went his way in my mind. So that'd be my motion. And if it's seconded, we'll see where the votes fall out.
Second.
All right, we've had discussion already. Ms. Brosh.
Did you want to break?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Did you want to break up the motion though, so Brian can vote on the EDC appointment?
Well, I'll loop back to that.
So your motion
Oh,
was
I'm s-
strictly for Steve.
I'm
for
sorry.
capital.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it.
Yeah, for,
Okay,
all right, for appointment to the capital planning, for the currently singly open position on capital planning. And it was seconded, and Ms. Braccio,
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski,
aye.
Mr. Shea, recusing,
I will abstain from this vote.
abstain,
Yes.
okay, and Mr. Stivers.
Aye.
Mr. Healy is aye. It is unanimous. I think I'm fine moving that there is a soon to be in everybody's mind likely vacancy on the capital planning committee, and I guess my motion would be that for purposes of that we will consider only the candidates who were before us tonight for that open position.
Second.
Discussion, none. Ms. Braccio,
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski,
Aye.
Mr. Shea,
Aye.
Mr. Stivers,
Aye.
Mr. Healy is aye. That's unanimous as well. And my final motion will be to appoint Mr. Belniak. He put it on his form. He gave the best answer I've heard in a long time, and as a member of the Economic Development Committee.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Shea. Discussion, none. Ms. Braccio,
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski,
Aye.
Mr. Shea,
Aye.
Mr. Stivers.
Aye.
Mr. Healy is aye. Everyone, thank you very much. Again, this was it's you know, we have we have selectmen's meetings where you know, you feel like hitting your head against the wall at the end of it. This was a nice start to this one with three incredibly talented candidates to serve on town committees, and I thank you for that. And with that, we are ready to move on to our next item, which is the town's fiscal year 20 audit, Mr. Frere. And he's out there. Hopefully we'll be here in just a second. All right, we can see your name, Mr. Frere. You're muted. Now you're unmuted.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Good. All right, here we
Here
go.
we go.
So
Well, welcome. You and I have, I think we may have waved at each other across the table last year.
yes, yes, I'm
but,
sure you did.
Marty Healy, I'm the chair now. So welcome. Appreciate your making yourself available, and appreciate the good work you've done and continue to do on behalf of the town of Southborough. And you are going to walk us through our FY20 audit.
Okay, thanks. Hopefully I'm not the person that makes you want to bang your head against the. Well,
Our body language usually tells people.
I'll start with just a brief overview. The audit went well. We did most of it this year off-site because of the whole COVID thing, but we did have to go on-site for some things that just were a little too difficult to do off-site. That went fine. There were no major surprises. We didn't have to make any restatements to the general ledger. All we had to do was really make adjustments to get to the format that GASB requires in the financial statements, which we have to do on every audit. Another thing about this year is there were no changes to any of the auditing or accounting standards from GASB or OMB or GAO or any of the other acronyms. They actually delayed a lot of the standards for a year due to the COVID situation. So I'm hoping everybody has the charts. I don't know if those are going to come up or you just look at them yourself. There's a PowerPoint that was sent.
I believe that Brian is going to share his screen,
Okay.
so he can put up your slides, Bill.
All right. Thanks. And then we'll jump into the first one.
Mark, was that sent out? I didn't get that PowerPoint.
Yeah, that was in the packet, Sam.
Okay, that's all that we're going to get then.
Yes. But the management letter and the financials have been sent previously, and I think Brian Ballantyne sent them again. But I'm happy to forward them to you again if that would be helpful.
My email doesn't seem to be working from the town these days. So, okay, thanks.
Yeah, I'll send them to you now.
Yeah, and just confirm, Mark, just make sure they're part of the, I mean, they're a document we're talking about tonight, so it's going to be part of the minutes anyway.
Correct.
Okay.
So should I start or?
Yeah, I just need someone to allow me to share my screen. It's not letting me yet.
But Mr. Fair, we'll get there in terms of the sharing. But why don't we start with your pros?
Okay, sure. So the first chart that you will hopefully soon have, what I try, I guess, to just step back, what I try to do is pick, there's 60 pages or however many, 50 or 60 pages in the financial statements now. They used to be about 20 years ago, but I try to pick some of the key numbers, the larger numbers, and also some of the things that the bond people, S&P and Moody's, seem to focus on, and just to kind of talk about them. So the first chart talks about the summary of the revenues and expenses for the general fund. Now, the general fund makes up the vast majority of percentage of the numbers that are in the financial statements, at least on the fund-based side. So what these charts do is they show a 5-year trend rather than just looking at the current year or looking at the current year versus the prior year. I always think it's good to see, a 5-year trend so you can kind of see whether there's patterns or how things are changing over the long term. So for the general fund, I'm just going to focus on the percentages. The changes over the last 5 years have ranged from 6.9 to this year 0.3, and it averages out 3.2% growth over the last 5 years. So as we've talked about in the past, people like to see something that I would say is in the, I know this is kind of a broad range, but the 2 to 5%, 2 to 4, 2 to 5% growth range. I've been in situations where Moody's or S&P have asked towns that have had several years of very small growth, is there a reason? Are you having trouble keeping up with revenues, generating revenue sources? On the other hand, if those percentages were too high year after year after year, they might think that it's not sustainable and would want to know why the budgets seem to keep jumping year after year by a large amount. So you've ranged from 0.3 to 6.9, averaging out 3.2. I really think that's a good place to be over a 5-year period. Same thing on the expenditure side. You've gone from a low, which was this year, of 1.8 to a high of 5.8, but you've averaged out 3.1%. So, when I see anything in the 2 to 4% range, I feel like you're in a good place where you're showing growth, but it's not too high to be unsustainable. The big key difference in this 5-year period was the debt service on the public safety building. So, without that, these numbers would have been lower, but they still would have been probably over 2%. But you had a big jump from 18 to 19 on both the revenue and expense side due to the debt service on the public safety building. So that's the first slide, which I guess.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, sir, it is, and I'm not asking you to do the math in your head, but just generally that absent that spike from the public safety building, that those averages of 3.2% and 3.1% likely would have been in the mid 2s to maybe.
Yeah, probably in the mid 2s. The hard thing about any of this analysis over time is so many things change. When you look at the change just from 19 to 20, the revenues only went up by 0.3%. Now that's a very small amount given you have a 2.5% Proposition 2.5% rate raise plus any new growth. But what happened between 19 and 20 is in 19, you got your last payment from the state MSBA on the old school debt. You were in the last year. So while you would have had, you wouldn't have had as big an increase from 18 to 19 because of the public safety debt, you wouldn't have had as small an increase from 19 to 20 because the MSBA repayments, which were probably 20 years or more, stopped, ended at 19. So that's why I kind of like to look at 5 years. You can focus in on any given year and say, oh, is there something wrong? Is it too high? Is it too low? But I think when you look at a longer period of time and you see an average number that sort of makes you feel good, because yes, on the one hand, maybe it would have been 2.5 or in the low 2s without the public safety debt, but without the MSBA thing going the other way, you probably would have been back up close to 3.
That's a pretty good anecdotal explanation about why you do it the way you do it.
Yeah.
Marty?
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, can I just jump in? Is Brian able to share his screen? I think people that may be watching at home or in the participant room.
I think he said that he wasn't able to. Has that changed, Brian?
You're muted.
Brian, you're muted.
Yeah, I should be sharing it now, actually. I hope that's what it's
Brian, we made you host, so you have all full privileges. Do you see is the green share screen button lit up at the bottom of your screen?
Yeah.
Okay.
There we go.
There we go.
Thank you.
Hey, great. So that was the first one we just spoke about. And you can kind of see there now how there was a big jump from 18 to 19 because of the public safety debt on both sides. And then there was a lower amount from 19 to 20. You didn't, there were definitely some revenue impacts from COVID, but they weren't significant. And that's what I'm finding in most towns is the impact of the COVID thing wasn't as bad as I was initially thinking it might be. Now, I haven't looked at your 21 numbers, and maybe you're seeing other things in 21. And granted, the shutdown didn't happen until March. But really, the two sort of more out of the box unusual years, 18 to 19, 19 and 20 were debt service for public safety. And then 19 to 20 was the MSBA debt falling off. But again, I think, looking at that 3.2%, 3.1%, it's almost the sweet spot because I always throw around 2 to 4, you could say 2 to 5, but you're kind of right. I think in a good spot where you can, there's obvious reasons why things grow, salary increases, retirement costs, et cetera, but it's not so high as to be questioned and not so low as to be questioned. So I hope that makes sense. The second page. So the first column of numbers, what I like to show is you go to town meeting every year using some amount of free cash that was certified the year before. And then you have your year and your revenues are typically a little bit over budget and your expenses are typically a little under budget. And then you have a net amount, which is the difference between what you appropriated from free cash to use and what you actually needed. And there's either a plus or minus. So that, I hope that's not too convoluted, but that's that first set of numbers is if you plan to use $1 million, how much did you end up putting back in the coffers? And as you can see, until 19 and 20, you really were very close to regenerating the free cash that you used, which is good because then you have it for the next year. If you were constantly showing negative numbers here, you would slowly be drawing down on free cash and having less and less every year to use. So again, looking at it over a 5-year period, it averages, which is not on there, averages about a $90,000 plus, meaning your budgetary variances on the revenue and expense side were $90,000 better than the amount you plan to use from free cash going into the year, which means that it's not being replenished by a lot more, but it's being replenished by a little more. And that means you're not really, drawing down over time. Because I've seen that happen in towns where the free cash gets used, and every year there's less and less being replenished. And, the budgetary vice gets tightened every year when you have 200,000 less to use from free cash. So that's a good set of numbers. Columns. Sorry, getting a low battery on my computer thing. May have to step out to get a plug. The last two columns are the budget to actual numbers. And as anybody who's been at the previous meetings probably remembers, again, I think, the sweet spot here is lower than the other side we talked about. I think it's more like a 1 to 3%. So again, you don't want your budget so tight that year after year after year, you're barely meeting your budget on the revenue side, or you're barely turning in any money, turning money back on the expense side. You want there to be some cushion and some wiggle room for the bad years when they come. And obviously 20, those budgetary variances, at least on the revenue side, were lower than the previous 4 years. You've always been, as you can see on the expense side, right around 1%, meaning, 1% is
His battery died. He'll be back in a second.
While we're waiting for him to rejoin, I was going to wait until he went through all of his slides and then go around with questions. I mean, there aren't that many of them unless someone has. By the same token, if someone wants to, throw in a chat or raise your hand if there's something particular, obviously fire away. Fair enough? Okay.
I have a general question.
Yeah, Sam.
This is for Brian more. I looked at the management letter, Brian, and clearly there are no material weaknesses, or the two top categories, nothing there, but you had a number of suggestions for things. Are we actually on track? Do you agree with those findings, and we're on track to address all of those points that were identified in this audit?
Yeah, so there's a couple different ones there, and a few have been on there a couple years, like a policy handbook, and that's more of a anyone that knows policy handbooks, it's more finding the time to get them done. But yes, that's on our list. There's a couple of other things about cash receipts that we're well aware of that the town accountant and myself need to sort of follow up with on an annual basis.
Water fund question, for example.
Right, the water fund question, which is all set. That will be all set. So there's a couple I call standard ones that are more long term that we look at, or we keep track of, and then there's a few others that are more one-time things, like the water fund or the premium comment or something like that. So yes, but I mean, you're right. There's nothing material there, too material, but we have a handle on it.
Nothing that you consider to be urgent necessarily at this point in terms of.
No, I mean the cash receipt one, the friends comment is kind of important because it's an exposure. So we're again, that's me and Carla sort of keeping on top of that annually, and me and Heidi, when she was here, actually went down and looked at those accounts and talked to Pam and Sarah. So we got to do that again, and it's more staying on top of it.
Right.
I think we're good.
We've got a number of friends accounts out there that people have asked questions about periodically. So that seems like it's something that's sort of generically.
Brian, Sam, let me follow up on that. And we're not going to address it tonight, but it sounds like what would make a lot of sense is whether it's February 16th or one of the meetings in March, for us to have, I know we're, up to our hips in budget stuff, but to spend a half hour or so walking through the recommendations in the letter and, thinking about a timetable for addressing them, honestly, in almost the way that that, we now have a goals sheet and a town administrator sheet. It's not unreasonable, particularly if it's a result of our auditor listing things, to have a timeline for how we're addressing them. Does that make sense to you?
It makes sense to me. I don't have a problem with that. We can follow up and certainly, yeah. Sounds
What
good.
is February 16th too soon? Should we do it at one of the March meetings? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, the comments are pretty benign for the most part, so I don't see why we couldn't do the 16th.
Okay.
All
right.
Unless Carly yells at me.
Yeah, and I'll take a look at the rest of the agenda when we meet, but at least keep it in the back of your mind that we might be undertaking to do that. You know what I'm going to do, Brian, since you're here anyway, and the next item is the budget update. I'm just, if my battery died, I'm not sure when I'd be back. In a meeting, so we may not see Mr. Frere for a while. So Brian, why don't we shift it over to you? Go to the next item on schedule appointments and get your, I think, relatively quick budget summary of where things stand right now.
Yeah, poor Bill probably has to restart his computer. But so since we last spoke, this is sort of a moving target. Every week every day we could probably go over this. But, I think the most significant items, and Mark can correct me, you always find something I missed, but the most significant items since we last met, the expected tax increase rate is about 8.13 right now. Assabet, we had bad news. We have 4 new students and it's up about 28%. Now that will be revisited, just like I think Algonquin and K-8. Well, they're not done yet, I think, with the state aid and redoing their numbers. So I'm hoping they come down. I think they will. But that's where it stands right now. We did get, it's a little bit of a mixed bag because we got good news for the local aid. We expected a 5% cut, and we actually, from the governor's budget, we're actually holding steady and actually increase a little bit. So that gave us about 150,000. We did the water fund as an enterprise fund that gives us money annually for indirect costs, and that after I redid the numbers, gave us about another 40,000. So if you take all that and you kind of jiggle it around, we're kind of close to where we were last time we spoke, even though all these different cost centers are a little different. We're kind of close to where we were, a little bit better. But so what in the future are we waiting for? We're waiting for health insurance to settle out. We've got a dedicated rate hold for Fallon. We've got our Tufts plan, which is the bigger plan. We're waiting to hear from, and I expect that to come down, but we will know that within a week or two. The personnel board just voted the SAP increase, so we have to put that into the budgets. It's not a whole lot of money. They had planned on 2.5% and they voted on 2.8%. So that 0.3% is about $10,000-$15,000 overall. But we have to adjust, obviously, 10 budgets or 15 budgets to account for that. Trying to think what else we're waiting on. Again, the schools.
Brian, I'm going to interrupt you and just. Yep. Vanessa just sent a chat saying that Mr. Frere is back. So I guess my question is, so we're not too sort of disjointed here, are you just about done?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I didn't really have too much more to say. I think the only really last thing I wanted to say is your budget exercise I will send out by the end of this week. And I will also send out the budget recap that we have, so you can see where we stand. So you'll be getting some information by the end of Friday.
Okay. All right. So we used our time, and Vanessa tells me that Mr. Frere is ready to. He's recharged his battery. Bill, are you there?
Yeah. Sorry.
That's okay.
My internet went out, and that took longer than getting a cord for the battery. Anyway. So we're on the second slide, and I think I was sort of saying that, you know, what I usually look for and what I say at most of these meetings in the different towns is you don't want the revenues or expenditures on the budgetary side to be too tight, because there are going to be bad years. There are going to be years where it just seems like tax, property tax receivables go up, motor vehicle goes down, building permits go down. You just have one of those years. So you like to build in that cushion, and there really isn't anything hard and fast on any of these numbers. You know, there isn't something you can go to say, you know, you should be between X and Y. But I've always said I like you to be between, 1% and 3%. So if you can be within 1 to 3%, I think you're in a good place. Obviously, if you have a good year where you're way over budget on the revenues or way under budget on the expense, as long as that only happens one time, I think that's fine. The concern I have is when the budgets get so tight on both sides of the fence that you just don't have room to manipulate through a bad year. So these numbers, I think, on the revenue side, you've gone from 3.3 as the high, 1.9, but you're usually in the twos, and on average you're in the twos. That's great. The expense side is definitely tight. You've stayed, the highest you've been in 5 years is 1.1% favorable. A couple of years you've been 0.7. But if you're doing a little better on the revenue side and you're maybe not doing as well on the expenditure side, at least combined, you're in a good place that the budgets don't seem too tight. So I think, I think these are a good set of numbers. Does anybody want to talk about that slide before we move on?
I have just one very quick question, and that is, if you look at the first 3 years, 16, 17, 18, there's not a whole lot of fluctuation, and you'd probably average out to about what you were talking about. The next 2 years, you're including them in the 5 or by themselves, the average fluctuation might not raise any alarms, but is it a bit of a red flag if there's sort of wildly on one side a big up and then the next year a big down, and if that pattern sort of recurred?
I think if you were beyond these ranges, if the highs were in the 5s and the lows were close to 0 or negative, you might have some concern. But I don't think numbers like this, where you've gone 2.9, 2.4, 2.7 up to 3.3 down to 1.9, and especially this year with COVID, I don't think that there's a negativity to that. Like I said, I think if you were constantly vacillating between 5 and 6% and then down to 0 or negative and back and forth, then they might look at that and say, what's going on with the budgets here? Are they reacting just, we have money, we can spend it, but then, we had a bad year, we didn't expect it, so next year we pull back. You're not doing that. It's consistent. And there are always going to be those years where, like I said, you just have a strong motor vehicle year. You have a large building permit. I mean, anything can happen.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Sure. The next slide is the status of town reserves. So the bond rating agencies tend to look at two things: free cash and stabilization. And so here's your 5-year trend. And, again, it can go up or down, like 19 went up because you had that good year on the revenue side that we saw on the previous page. But this, believe me, compared to what I see sometimes, this is not, wild swings. You went from a low of 1.2 to a high of 1.8, but you're averaging, somewhere in the 1.5 area, 1.4, 1.5 area. So that's fairly consistent. And I think the last couple of pages explain why. The stabilization, you obviously haven't put any new money in. It's just growing because of interest. So that's obviously stayed fairly consistent. The percentage of budget, I think I've said this to you for the past many years, you're on the low side. They typically look at, there's a lot of different numbers thrown around. As I said, you can't go to a book and find the number, but 8 to 12 is often used. Some people use 5 to 15. That's quite a range. But suffice it to say, compared to most of my communities, you're on the low side. And we've talked about why. I mean, at one point you had a extremely large stabilization fund, probably too high, and that got drawn down. I'm going back quite a few years now. That got drawn down over time and budgetary constraints and trying to prioritize OPEB and the large increases you have to absorb for the retirement system's unfunded liability. With all that going on, you really haven't been able to add to stabilization. So that's definitely on the lower side. Next, capital assets. So these are all of your, what you might call fixed assets. GASB calls them capital assets, which are buildings, roads, infrastructure, water, sewer infrastructure, water infrastructure, equipment. The big numbers are obviously buildings and infrastructure. And again, I like to show this because it is one of the biggest numbers in the financial statements. Your capital assets, as you can see, approaching 100 million. This is net of depreciation, so it's not gross assets, it's net assets, approaching 100 million. And you can see that there has been some growth, particularly with this public safety project. The last few years, you've taken some bigger jumps than you normally would. I guess what I like to say about this thing is the bond rating agencies like to see towns continuing to make investments over time. If you kept seeing this number go down, meaning the depreciation on your assets was not being dealt with every year by adding to your assets, and you saw this net number just slowly going down over time, they would assume that for some reason you're not able to reinvest in your fixed assets. Either you can't, you don't want to, you can't afford the borrowing. I think your town's been really good at only borrowing for the big stuff, which is great because some towns seem to borrow for equipment and little things. And you've been trying to prioritize the use of free cash to some of your capital budget. So in addition to the big projects, which recently has only been that public safety building, you have been fairly consistent with equipment and infrastructure, roads, in trying to keep things up. So over the 5 years, the change was almost 33%. The 5-year average was 6.5%. So again, I think the main point of this chart, because is it is a big number, and I just wanted to show that this set of numbers over time would be looked at favorably because you're clearly reinvesting and you're not deferring maintenance or deferring capital replacement. And that's looked at as a positive, obviously.
Marty, can I ask a question on this?
Absolutely.
Okay. So Bill, I understand in looking at this, and again, I've only been on the board for 4 years. So obviously the public safety building is one of the drivers of doing the 5-year change to 32%. I know you've done the audits for the town for a long time. Just randomly off the top of your head, historically, say back another 5 years, go back 10 years prior to the public safety building, do you have an idea of what the change may have been? Was it more on track with a smaller growth of 1, 2, 3, 4%?
Yeah. Not quoting me because I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but I believe, you didn't have any major projects for a long time, in part because back in the 90s, you had that period of all the schools being done. So you had a period where I don't remember exactly how much it was combined, but it was, I think, in the $40 million, mid 40 area. So you had that time when you were making some big investments in education. That debt carried for a while. So I think there was some reticence to do it. You were still trying, you've been, as I said, good at replacing equipment, trying to have your road projects using the Chapter 90 money that comes in from the state to do road projects. Water has been good with keeping up with their infrastructure. But big projects, no, that really hasn't happened. So my guess is if we went from 2011 to 2015, these numbers would be much lower, much lower. what we're going to see on the next page, if no one else has a question on this page, it's kind of reflective in your debt, because there was a period where your debt was, in the 40s or 50s. But again, remember, a good chunk of that, I don't want to say a lot, but a good percentage of that was coming back from MSBA. So it wasn't total town debt. It was, remember one year someone was a little concerned about the size of the debt number. And I said, you really have to look at it as the net debt, because the state is giving you X amount. You could compare yourself to another town. That next town could have more debt. Less debt than you, but in reality, you had less debt if you backed out what was being reimbursed from the state. So you can see that this number with the debt, for the size town and the size budget, your debt for a long time was low as the school debt, the old school debt was being paid down. And now you can see that it's jumped up the last couple of years or from 17 to 18, 18 to 19 because of the public safety project. And there wasn't any major borrowing or any borrowing, I don't think, long-term done in 20. So the principal payments, dropped that again. But you're still in for the budget size you are, your debt is, and I'm sure Mark and Brian, have talked to this, but you're in a good place. You're not over leveraged by any means. Okay, last sheet, everybody's favorite topic, these long-term liabilities. So if anybody's new, we talk about OPEB, that's the other post-employment benefits, which is the retiree health insurance benefit that's provided by the town. And then the pension liability, which is the regional retirement system. And up until, 6 or 7 years ago, these numbers weren't even in the financial statements. And GASB started seeing, not so much in the small towns, but in the states and these bigger cities, these looming huge liabilities. So they wanted to make sure that these were reflected in the financial statements. So you have to hire an actuary, which you all do every year, to come up with an actuarially determined liability number for your OPEB. And the regional system hires an actuary every year to get pension liability, an actuarially determined pension liability that then gets allocated to all the members, including Southborough. So we'll talk about these separate. I guess the pension's a little easier because it's kind of out of your control. It's the regional systems ballgame. You can see that is growing. There's a little bit of a disconnect because your assessments have been growing over the last several years, in part to address this unfunded liability. So I recently, a couple of years ago, I talked to the actuary for one of the regional systems, and I said, can you explain to me these assessments are jumping. And then we get the report every year and the pension liability is going up. I'm not an actuary, so I can't explain it in detail, but the message I got is that the way these regional systems are amortizing the unfunded liabilities, by statute, they have to be down to zero by the mid-2030s. But the way it's being done is you don't see the benefits until year X, which is probably another 5 or 6 years out. But then the liability falls precipitously at that point. So they are on target to meet that 2034 or 2035. I don't know where your system and you are with that. But allegedly, if nothing changes and the state doesn't extend the number of years again, which they've done several times in the past when there's been recessions, this net pension liability is supposed to be zero by the mid-2030s. We'll see. Again, that's out of your hands. You get your assessment from the regional system and you pay it, but they are on track to do that. OPEB, on the other hand, is just a Southborough. Every town has their own OPEB liability, if you will. There's no regional systems for this. So again, up until 7 years ago or so, this liability wasn't on anybody's radar. And then GASB said, these are getting to be pretty big liabilities. The promise to contribute to your employees' retiree health insurance for the rest of their lives. From an accounting standpoint, the idea is that the liability for each employee is put on the books over the estimated life of their employment, so that by the time they retire, the full liability for the estimated rest of their life, based on all those actuarial assumptions, is on the books. So GASB can only make you record the liability. They can't make you fund it. But what this did was it put a lot of focus on it, and now most communities have established an OPEB trust fund where assets are going in, amounts are being appropriated each year, so that over time there will be a chunk of assets to offset this liability. Obviously, in a perfect world, over time, this will also be fully funded and the liability will come down. You've got, as you can see, as of 2020, a $31.5 million liability and a 1.85 trust fund. Last year, someone had asked me how that related to the other towns. The state really doesn't give out a lot of information, but they, based on what I could find out, funding-wise, you were in the top half of Massachusetts communities. I know that doesn't give you a lot, but it's better, it's better than some, it's not as good as others, but you definitely have made a commitment to putting money in the budget and appropriating it to the OPEB trust fund so that some resources are being accumulated over time. There's been talk at some towns that, you'll put in what you can, and then maybe if indeed the pension liability goes away in 15 years, that the money, that extra money that was going to the regional systems to address the unfunded liability piece maybe could go into OPEB. It's a long way off, but that's been some of the talk. So that's a very quick and dirty, disjointed because of the technological problem overview of the year.
Marty, can I just ask a question on that slide?
Sure.
On the last one, sure. And then we're going to go around too, Chelsea, just so.
Okay. This is specifically for that one. So, Bill, nice to meet you. I'm the newest member on the board, so I appreciate the overview here. When you say that Southborough is in the top half of OPEB, do you mean in terms of the amount that we have in the trust?
Yes.
Or do you mean the amount that we're putting in every year?
The amount that you have in the trust. Like I said, I wish there was a good database. At the time, I couldn't find it, but your actuary, the person who you hired to do the actuarial study, does a lot of communities in the state. So I actually asked him for the information, and he just can't, it was very vague and very broad, but the bottom line was, from comparing your unfunded liability to your trust fund, you were in the top 10. You could have a 1.8 million, and if you're a big city with a $300 million liability, it's very different. So I think it was more the relationship between your liability and your trust fund balance.
Okay, thank you.
Marty, could I ask another question about this one?
Yeah, Sam, I think about this particular slide.
Yes.
Okay, sure, go ahead.
Quick one. Bill, good to see you again.
Hi.
I have a question that may not be a question that you can answer, but as I look at the OPEB trust fund growth relative to what we're putting in each year, I got to wonder what they're investing this stuff in, because in fact, it looks like they're putting it in CDs at a 0.5% annual interest kind of thing here, given that the stock market has been going crazy over the last several years. What is it that they're investing this stuff in to get such a pitiful return on it?
Yeah. So Brian can maybe address that, but I will say that these are assets that in all likelihood, you will not be touching for the long term. So your investment portfolio has a long-term investment strategy, which has long-term, not short-term, long-term rates of return assumptions. Mm-hmm. I believe, Brian, that you're in Bartholomew for this.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. And I think it is it's a varied portfolio of bonds and stocks and various other things, and money market funds, mutual funds, whatever. But the goal here is not to worry about taking a hit in 1 year, because it's not money that you are going to be tapping. Now, yes, nobody can predict even over the long term, will things behave like they've always behaved? You know, we don't know that. But there's two issues here. One is you could put it all in a bank. You could put it all in an extremely safe, low rate of return set of investments. The sort of irony is that if you do that, the rate of return that the actuary can project in their study is much lower, and it's going to drive your liability up by doing nothing except changing what it's invested in. So I presume, Brian, I don't know how the investment decisions for OPEB get made, if that's just your office or if there's an investment committee. But you're not doing anything different than most towns. I do have one town that has it in a, you know, in a, I don't think it's a bank account. It might be an MMDT. Getting clobbered because the long-term interest rate that the actuary uses to project the liability is so low that it drives the liability itself up a lot more than it would be.
Yeah, okay. Just very disappointing return there, but we may not have much control over that. Thank you.
All right, Bill, we're gonna go around our roundtable here and see if on any of these there are questions that folks have or items that information they haven't touched on. So Lisa, why don't we start with you? All right, I'll come back. What? Oh, there we go.
Sorry, I had to step away for 2 seconds. So basically, Bill, I have one major question for you. So in looking at all of this, where do you think we should be putting our focus on as we potentially look ahead to even the next 2 years, based on what you're seeing and the trends?
Okay. I mean, I think you all are doing a good job at prioritizing. You're definitely, trying to get money into OPEB. You're continuing to invest in your fixed assets beyond the big projects that are being borrowed under the debt exclusion. Again, this is from my perspective. I'm not a resident. I don't pay taxes in your town, but your stabilization fund is low. There's no getting around that. For a budget your size, to have a stabilization fund with 600,000 and a budget in the mid 50 million, probably soon to be 60 in a couple of years, that's low. Again, I'm just comparing it to what I see out there. So can you finesse some money there for a long-term strategy of getting that a little higher so you're closer to that 8 to 12% range of reserves? As you know, it all comes down to the priorities, and there's always a lot of them.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
All right, Chelsea.
Thank you. Bill, so I understand there's different levels of an audit. And are there any areas of an audit that you think that we should be looking at that we currently don't engage with you now on?
No, I'm not saying this to pander, but you're one of the communities that, knock on wood, I don't worry about a lot. You've had the luxury of having a good staff, key financial management staff for the last number of years. I mean, I know Heidi retired and Carla is here now, but Carla was here before and is a known entity. So, when we do an audit, our primary objective is to certify the financial statements, certify the numbers. But if we see anything that's materially a concern, either from legal compliance perspective or internal control perspective, then we would have to identify that. And there's sort of 3 levels of that. There's material weaknesses, reportable conditions, and then kind of other matters. And the other matters are the sort of little, nitty gritty things. So there's a couple of comments in your management letter, which I consider to be those other matters. We did not find anything that would have been identified anywhere close to being either a material weakness or a reportable condition. So that's a good thing. I mean, I wouldn't do it personally as your auditor, but some communities have had the Bureau come in and do some sort of a management audit. Sometimes I think a lot of that gets to be very boilerplate, but they're usually driven by certain concerns. And from my perspective as the auditor, there's nothing that would say to me, gee, maybe this needs to be looked at.
Thank you. And I just have one more question. We're going to have a discussion later on in this meeting about some payroll accruals that changed after year end last year. Can you kind of explain how you assess if anything needs to be updated based on new information?
I mean, I'm not sure I'm 100% familiar with what you're saying, what you're referring to. So I don't know if I could, payroll accruals being wrong or.
She's talking about the vacation and sick time.
Oh.
The balances that we bring over for long-term liabilities.
Yeah. You're bringing them, Brian, into your system, or were they already in your system?
Yeah, we have all of them except historically the fire department in particular was not in our system. And we found out, I think I may have mentioned this to you in late fall, but we found out that some of them were a little, the balances weren't quite accurate. So
Right.
I think that's what Chelsea's asking is how you sort of work through that.
I mean, I think the more you can centralize this is, and I'm not just referring to Southborough, it's so much better than it used to be, because really a lot of departments are kind of on their own. And as the payroll personnel software has improved, a lot of that stuff has been centralized. So I think to the extent that can be centralized, that is better. I'm sorry, Brian and I did go over all this with 20 audits in my head. I forget from place to place, but obviously you don't want to see that happen. But I think the least amount of problems I've seen over the years are the places that have it centralized through the treasurer's office and the payroll personnel system. I'll tell you, I know I'm sounding old, but in the old days, there was a resistance. You may wonder why, from some departments to turn over that information. I'm not referring to Southborough at all. I'm just in general referring to that. So as towns have moved to that centralized tracking of that stuff, it's become a lot better. It's a lot less of an issue than it used to be back in the day.
Okay, so was there a change to our liability with the updated information?
I don't think it was significant. Brian, do you remember?
Yeah, it was, I think we went over it and it was, you were just about to close the audit and we just couldn't get the number in time. And the potential number didn't rise to a material change.
And this is one of those, kind of like OPEB and pension, but a lot smaller. This is one of those long-term liabilities. There would be much more of a concern if the payroll accrual for the end of 2020 was done wrong. Not that this shouldn't be correct, but those long-term liabilities are the numbers GASB requires you to gather. And I think when Brian and I went through this without anything in front of me, we determined that the impact on the financial statements, it wouldn't, whether the number was what it was or what it potentially could be, wouldn't change anybody's view of what the financial statements looked like. So we deferred that to next year.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
All right, Chelsea. Brian Shea.
Thank you, Bill. Very thorough presentation, good report, and I don't have any additional questions.
All right, Brian, thanks. And Mr. Stivers.
Thanks. Thank you, Bill. While you were getting repowered up, we had a brief conversation about the management letter. And I guess my question for you is, given the contents there, it sounds like the items that you identified are lower priority for concern. And I'd point out there are some of them that are repeat from prior years. Is there anything on there that you're beginning to get concerned about to say you folks really ought to deal with this, although there's not urgent pressure on it, it's been lingering and there's reasonable value in actually addressing it? Anything rise to that level?
The quick answer is no. There's a couple of, or one, I guess, no, two. The first two are the boilerplate ones that are in pretty much every management letter I write, because there's just certain risks operating in a municipal environment with multiple departments that, we need to point out. I've said this before, and again, not to pander, but I have management letters that have 20 something comments, and they've had them for years. So I will say when things have popped up in the past, for the most part, those things have been addressed. I mean, there may be some other firms that would look at these comments and say, oh, I probably just mentioned this verbally. I like to have things in there, not just to say, oh, look, we saw this, but I know that a couple of the comments about the budgetary, the bond premium and the deficit, those were hopefully one-time things. I wouldn't expect, after talking to the staff, that something like that would happen again. There was that transition of water from the normal department to the enterprise fund, and there's a number of new things that I think people maybe weren't aware of or needed to be prepared for. And on the bond premium, those are kind of unusual things, and the state continues to change the regulations, which sometimes makes it difficult to keep up with. The Municipal Modernization Act changed some of the requirements of what to do with the bond premium, supposedly in the interest of making it simpler, and I think it made it a little more complicated. So I don't feel those things will be repeated in the future. And the boilerplate ones, you may say I'm just putting it in there to protect myself, but there's just general internal control, environmental issues in the municipal environment that require, in my opinion, to put those in there. The policies and procedures manual, yeah, that would be nice to get on the agenda if it can get to the top of the list for people. It's not a small undertaking. And I'm not saying that in order to say, hire me to do it, because I wouldn't do it as the auditor. I wouldn't get involved in, the decisions that have to be made. It would be a conflict. But that may be something that at some point would be nice to get on higher up on the list.
Okay, so nothing though that's sort of approaching the red zone in terms of moving.
No, there's nothing in here. Like I said, these are the third, the lowest level. And I honestly believe there are probably a couple of things in here that, another firm might say, I don't know that we needed to put that in, but okay. I just like to keep people aware of what's happening.
Okay, thanks. And a quick comment about the stabilization fund. 4 of the 5 of us actually have been on the advisory committee in the past, and there's a long history of discussion, active discussion about the size of that. Advisory has pressed for smaller stabilization fund over the years, and so that's not an accident, and it's an ongoing discussion, I think. And so I think we're pretty sensitive to the risk there. And
yeah, and there was a period where there were, before Brian, where there were some significant issues. You should go back and read the management letters from those days. Issues in the treasurer's office, which meant information was coming out very late, which meant, money was being accumulated that wouldn't have normally been accumulated. So there are definitely valid reasons that there was that reaction to the size of those reserves. I don't know what you hit as a total. It wouldn't surprise me if at one point those, where you're at 5% now, you were up at 20% at one point. There was definitely a reason and a rationale for saying, look, we need to get these down, but they really got drawn down, and it was a conscious decision.
Ongoing discussion, and
yes.
I completely revisit that. So thank you very much.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I just had one comment to Sam's point.
Okay.
I see Mr. Malinowski is still sitting in the attendees room, but to avoid pulling him back over, just a plug for the Capital Planning Committee, and also for Mr. Ballantyne. There has been discussion about discussing a capital stabilization fund to try to integrate with the capital plan that the committee is putting together. Those discussions are very much in their infancy, but I do want to point that out. I suppose the bad news is we've only put, a little under $90,000 into the stabilization fund in the 8+ years I've been here. The good news is we haven't taken anything out of it. So, and maybe that changes this year, who knows? But I think that, the one thing that has helped us in terms of our bond rating review is that we've had a significant amount of unused levy capacity, which we've convinced the rating agencies to look at as available funds in conjunction with our stabilization and our OPEB.
Good point. Thanks, Mark.
Bill, thank you very much. That was a good preemptive strike by Mr. Stivers about the stabilization fund. And so this is not the year to be talking about increasing the amounts, but I was on the higher side of that argument, and obviously I lost it.
And I was on the lower side.
But Bill, thank you very much. And it doesn't sound like we have any other questions or comments. So I think we are going to let you have the rest of your evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Take care.
Take care. Bye. Bye.
And Brian, I'm correct that you don't have anything else to add on the budget side of things. Hopefully, I think we should probably honestly, for the next few months, just have this as a standing item on our agendas, just because things are moving. You're getting information about the inquiry we're sending to the various the larger departments anyway. Does that make sense to you to be able to do an every other week update for us?
Yeah, I have no problem with that. I think it makes sense.
Okay. All right. Next, we are going to reports.
Marty, can I just make a suggestion? Because I think we have a few department head items in the other matters. If we can just maybe go out of order, just so that I think our reports will take a while to get through.
Oh, okay.
I'm just saying it's getting late for them to be on.
Yeah, let me take a quick look. And all right, we have the chief and Matt Probst. I think Ryan is just trolling us. That he disappeared. So I'm fine. That's a good idea, Chelsea. So why don't we? I think. Well, we'll see how much of the discussion is about the survey document, but I don't think the item involving Chief Achilles will be terribly long. So why don't we go to item 7A? And Chief, you can thank Chelsea Malinowski for getting you out of here early. Hey, Chief.
Hey, good evening, everybody.
All right, so we've got your scaled down or narrowed, whatever we want to call it, proposal, just having to do with the call firefighters, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. We talked about it a little bit last time, although the other topic dominated. It strikes me as pretty straightforward. Are there any questions? I'll go. Lisa says no. Chelsea says no. Sam says no. And Brian says no. Boy, Chief, we are going to get you out of here quickly. So is there a motion?
Also move. Approve it.
Second.
To approve. Okay, fair enough. To approve the modifications requested by the chief.
Yes.
Okay, and it was seconded by Mr. Shea. Discussion none. Ms. Braccio.
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski.
Aye.
Mr. Shea.
Aye.
Mr. Stivers.
Aye.
And Mr. Healy is aye. Approved, Chief. And again, you can thank Ms. Malinowski for getting you out of here and time to watch whatever it is coming up on television.
I appreciate you guys. Have a safe night and thank you very much.
All right, take care, Chief. And now going down, I think we have an item with Matt Probst. That is item 7E. Well, so why don't we bring Matt over? Hi, Matt. How are you?
Great, thanks.
This is a lot of work that you guys have put in.
We've been mulling on it for about a year now, so and honestly, a lot of it is copied, as I possibly mentioned in the note, from other survey tools that other cities have done. So.
Okay, that was going to be one of my questions. There was a template, or at least you didn't completely reinvent the wheel with this. Again,
No.
very extensive.
Yeah, the intention was actually to make use of what other cities have done. Because obviously good survey design requires quite a bit of thought and planning, and there's a lot of psychology and where do you word the questions and so forth. So we basically leveraged questions from other cities. So that was the goal.
My main thing, and then we'll go around, and Chelsea, I'm going to start with you. But my main question is there have been a lot of surveys in Southborough over the years, and I think the same 172 people respond to those surveys. What sort of thought have you folks, I'm sure you've given it a lot, have given to, first of all, how is the distribution going to take place, and how are you going to get that number way above 172?
That's a great question. So the goal is to, well, first of all, surveys are wonderful. We know that many different departments can continue, and while they have been doing their own surveys. The goal here is to stop, basically to use uniformity and use the basically multiple departments intending to do their own survey, just join together, because there is a lot of redundancy in the surveys. I mean, there's a lot of overlap between the basic questions about things like background of the individual filling it out, etc. And I think this is going to be a training. It'll be certainly a training exercise for us and the citizens to get into the standard way of working of periodically filling out surveys. And the more the different departments can promote the same survey, the more likely it will be that I feel the citizens will fill it out. So rather than just doing, this is the survey for this department or for this committee, et cetera, this is simply a uniform survey that we can sort of all jump on the same bandwagon, all promote it. I'm not saying it's going to be necessarily a great response. I think it will take time to show the utility of it, especially to town citizens. But it's going to be fairly low cost. It's going to be all online. And I have talked to Public Works about possibly promoting it for the promotion period at the transfer station. So the idea is we promote it at the town website, promote it at the transfer station on possibly the billboard, and My Southborough and any other social media. And one of the benefits here, of course, we're asking questions of the residents. What are the best ways of engaging them? So for the future, hopefully we'll have better understanding of, do Southborough residents prefer Facebook or Twitter, et cetera, which will give us better understanding of the mode or means of asking for subsequent surveys to them.
Great. So you guys have thought about it. All right. Chelsea?
Thanks, Matt. I think this is a great start to putting a survey together. I had a few questions and comments. I think it's pretty long, and I just don't know if people are going to take the time to fill all of this out. I think there's some on here that maybe don't need to be on here for the purposes of what you're trying to gather. So I'd be curious to see if you'd be open to feedback on removing some of these. The other thing is, I read your memo about doing it twice a year. I think that's ambitious to do this lengthy survey twice a year. I think that's a lot for your committee to kind of go through all of the data on it. And I think it's a lot to market it to get people to do it twice a year. So those two things. And then I think that there were some items that I thought, I think, capital and or advisory should be kind of weighing in on these questions. So I know that you had some department heads look at them, but did you also reach out to advisory and capital?
Okay, answer that last question. I have not reached out to Advisory Capital, but I would love to reach into them. I will.
Okay.
Absolutely, we love feedback. The pure nature of the survey is to get feedback. So if there's questions we feel like we can simplify, make it more likely that people will fill it out, incentivize them, absolutely. Love to get learn about the specific questions you think we can shrink down or eliminate, et cetera. In terms of the frequency, this was copied, I think, off of I think was it Kansas City, or basically another town that has been doing this, and actually quite a few other towns that are getting into this, and they do it quarterly. Wow. Granted, they invest a lot of money into it, and I think they may send out mailings, et cetera, and they do a large sample size. So it's not necessarily all residents every quarter, but I do know I think they rotate through fairly frequently. I think that it's something we can certainly discuss, at least a minimum of a year.
Yeah.
But I thought if we could get 2 data points a year, one before town meeting and one before the fall budgeting cycle, that gives us a lot of useful information. But of course, it needs to be weighed against actually getting the information. And are we disincentivizing? Or will people experience survey fatigue if we're sending too many surveys?
Well, and I guess if you just look at the budget cycle that we go through, so we start, and Brian and Mark probably start before we even get into it, right, in October, and now we're pushing town meeting out, and so now we've elongated that process. So really, I guess in this cycle, really, what are you looking to gain by doing it twice a year? I just would be, I think you're being a little too ambitious, maybe. And if you start with once a year and then decide that you want to do that would be my suggestion. But
okay,
that just
we can certainly do that. One of the things that is pushing us for this first cycle, one of the reasons why I would like to get it out towards the end of February, is we're working with Youth and Family Services. They had budgeted, they're working with a consultant, and they actually were planning to do their own survey to all town citizens. And I said, well, why don't we just combine forces? If you're doing your own survey, let's just merge your questions into this, and let's just get it out there. And so there again, I feel like once again, a lot of departments doing their periodic surveys, I'd rather join forces and just put together a uniform survey, but fully open to if that's, yeah.
I mean, I think that makes sense to join forces, so.
Yeah, okay.
Thanks, Matt.
Thank you.
Brian.
Thanks. So Matt, very, very thorough, very comprehensive, and happy to hear that you've really utilized surveys from other communities as well, rather than reinventing the wheel on this. But the question I had was similar to the point that Chelsea just made as well, was if the frequency with which you would be sending this out is also consistent with what other communities have. So I guess with the number of questions that are on here, I think I share the concern about survey fatigue, trying to do it multiple times in a year, particularly in this community where there's probably a low level of turnover, all told, maybe much less than, a larger city like Kansas City or something like that. So I think, once people get it a couple times, it's like, oh my gosh, nothing's changed. Do I need to go through this again? So those are just thoughts that I had, and we can continue discussions on that.
Yeah, that makes sense. And like I say, the goal is to test and learn. So if it's more conservative to test at a lower frequency, and then increase if we get a good response rate, we can certainly do that. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, Sam.
Thanks. Thanks, Matt. I'd like to start with kudos to the Technology Committee. I think we've got a great group there. This is a great process and one of several very useful things that they're working on. So great work and keep it up. I agree with the concerns about the length of the survey. On the other hand, I think it's worth starting broad and maybe trying to figure out, are there parts of it that people just aren't interested in, don't answer, et cetera. Because you don't find that out unless you start fairly broad with it. So I'd be in favor of keeping it broad for the first time at least, see what happens. There was conversation at the last technology committee meeting about maybe a streamlined version for people who at the front end didn't want to do the whole thing somehow. I think that's an interesting concept that might be worth pursuing, to give somebody an option. If you got 10 minutes, here's what we'd like to find out. But if you're willing to do more, there's a lot of useful input that you could provide for the town. To Marty's point about the 172 frequent flyers on the process, in our history, there have been several surveys. EDC did some surveys recently, for example, and I took a look at it. I think statistically, if you can get up to 300 or 400, you begin to approach a number that has some statistical significance in terms of results for it. So it's a surprisingly small number. And I think there's a good chance we could probably approach that, at least from this, with the appropriate publicity. And in terms of the frequency, I'm, I guess, more interested in taking one step at a time. I'd like, let's do it once, see what happens. And if it's reasonably successful, then we can think about a more, frequent process. If it's, not too successful, we step back and rethink, and do we reframe it? Do we reduce the size, et cetera, target it more precisely? And in terms of the repeat process, I don't know, Matt, if you guys, haven't heard you talk about the ability for somebody to save their response, and the second time through, they can recall what they responded to last time and do sort of an update on it, as opposed to having to go through and re-answer all the questions potentially. I've seen surveys structured that way as well. So you can put an ID number or something on it so people can recall their prior version and try again on it. But again, overall, I think it's a great idea. It makes a lot of sense to consolidate a lot of survey work and include areas that have not been surveyed historically to see what kind of feedback we're getting from other people. So again, great idea. I encourage to move forward with it. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Lisa?
Great. Hi, Matt. Thank you. Very impressed with the amount of work and time that you guys have put into this. I'm not going to spend a lot of time. I echo the comments that were made here. I guess it's the drawback of going last. One of the things I did want to say, though, is I noticed that you had put for the second time period to do this is in August. And August typically, I'm sure you're aware, in Southborough, non-COVID time is a tough month. A lot of families are just getting in their last bits of vacation, and I don't know how tuned in they actually are. So if you were going to do it semi-annually, you may want to reconsider August. I think summer's really tough to get any type of feedback. I found as I was going through here that there was a lot of overlap with when the master plan did their survey. So that's just a comment on that. I do also think it's a little bit long. And I also agree that capital should review. Can I ask a couple specific questions to different slides, Matt, that as I was going through it, if you don't mind?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, and so on page 5, which is the emergency services, under the police services, and page 6, there's a comment box on page 6, but not on page 5. And I think it leads to a little bit of confusion. I understand you're trying to do a comment on both, but I think it may get lost in translation that somebody may just give you a comment on the fire and emergency medical services, and where they might have commented on police. Are you seeing where I'm referencing? It's listed as
Look
page
here.
5 on mine. Sorry, it's under emergency services. I have it as page 5. Maybe it's,
Yes.
Okay. So there's, it gives you the priority boxes,
Yep.
but it doesn't give a comment box.
Give a comment box for
Yeah.
police.
Right.
Yes.
And I see that you tried to combine them based on the
Yeah.
wording on the next page, but I just,
Yeah. To be clear, by the way, this is a PDF export of the actual survey tool. The way this is going to appear in the survey tool is this is actually all on one page.
okay.
It's all listed under emergency services, and police and fire, effectively police and fire are combined. I can definitely go back to the police fire chiefs to see if they'd like to split out that comment box. have separately.
Yeah, I mean, I just worry, Matt, that somebody might want to have a comment on police and then they'll see it where it's kind of listed under fire and it might lead to a little bit of confusion. That's all.
Yeah, good point.
Some of the other comments, I know that there was like on library, it listed facilities, and I think again, capital would be, if they reviewed it, that would take care of that. I'm just trying to see. I think those were that was one of the major ones that jumped out. The rest, I think, were more capital related to where they were. But again, great job. It clearly shows how much time and energy you guys have put into this. And I'd certainly be interested in helping promote this as it goes forward as well. So thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you. Yeah, so the general theme here, like I've heard from several committee members, is let's start small, start simple, possibly with one per year. If we did go to 2 per year, love, Lisa, your thoughts about probably shouldn't be August, maybe September, but let's start with 1 per year. Let's see how it goes at this year, like end of February in a few weeks, and then learn from that and go from there.
Matt, I'm going to be very quick. I'm assuming that what will happen is the survey goes out, and then at some point after that, whatever the time frame is, there'll be a report about the survey, so that folks will have the opportunity to see. I have no idea what the answer to this is. I don't know if the right way to build an audience, if you will, over time is to do it once a year or to do it with more regularity. In other words, are you more likely to draw in an additional 15 people if there's a 1 year gap, or are you more likely to draw in 15 people or whatever the number is? I'm not a marketing person. My guess is there's tons of them in Southborough, and there might be a relatively easy answer to that question. I mean, really, in some respects, you're building a brand, and what's the best way to go about doing it? So that's just a comment. The second thing is, are those your books?
No, virtual background.
I was going to be incredibly impressed with your old book collection. So, okay. All right. Hey, great work. And we're going to see you on the 16th, right? With, I think your new member is doing the new member of the committee has been working on an initiative we're going to hear about on the 16th, correct?
Yeah, that's the strategic tech plan. So we're refreshing, do a significant update to their 5-year strategic technology plan, which the Municipal Technology Committee maintains. And we'd definitely love to get your thoughts on that as well.
All right. Well, we'll see you on the 16th then.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you.
All right. Have a good evening.
All right. You too. Bye.
I think we are done with department heads who have items on the agenda.
So I think Brian, I'm guessing Brian's on for something.
No, I think he trolls us.
Yeah, no, that's Ryan, not Brian.
Brian, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no.
Brian.
Brian and Melissa Danza are both here for discussion of the shared position. So, I understand that may be a little bit of a longer discussion, but.
I think we'll get, I don't think the reports, well, I guess no way, but we are farther down, are we? I'd like to get through the reports first, though. I don't think they're going to be that long, hopefully. So let's go to the reports, because I think you're right, Mark. That could be a little bit longer discussion. So I've got 3. The MWRTA is, again, I'll keep reminding people, that's the one where all 4 of you took a step back and I didn't move quickly enough and ended up being the representative. That being said, there's been one meeting, and I guess a couple of observations. Number one, it's a pretty expansive outfit. Not surprisingly, a lot of it's, again, Metro West Regional Transit Association. Most of its resources and most of its routes are geared towards larger communities right now, and that Framingham is in Marlborough, but also some places that have some similarities with Southborough, like Natick and Sudbury and the like. And so I guess a couple of things. Number one, it's a sprawling network a lot of it is focused on shopping areas, whether it's the malls or grocery stores. And from it's only got, Southborough's got one route. And it's got a stop in downtown Southborough. And it's sort of a couple of things struck me, and this is for a discussion down the line. I'm going to put it on. But for instance, it doesn't stop at any of the senior housing. It doesn't, stop on Marlborough Road at the manor there. And there aren't routes for Southborough that are targeted towards Stop and Shops or the malls or things like that. And it just strikes me that regional transit, for the most part, is going to be geared towards folks who, for whatever reason, either are not comfortable, aren't able to, whatever, drive. And right now, that the MWRTA does not have a focus in Southborough towards seniors and the disabled and the like. And I think that's something for us to think about. That's number one. Number two is they've got an initiative coming that kind of is, it's a side of a similar coin in some respects. One of their initiatives is they haven't started in Southborough now, is almost like a Lyft or Uber program that is subsidized by the state and is focused for potential customers that would otherwise might be using mass transit, but it's a point-to-point system. And they're trying it out in a couple of communities right now. Southborough is not one of the pilot communities. But again, just for something to think about down the line. There's again, we're only 10,000 people. We're for the most part an on the move community with cars and the like. But there's a decent segment of the population, I think, that could take better advantage of MWRTA resources than we're giving them the opportunity right now. So that's my little spiel about that. The open meeting law policy, thanks to Mr. Shea and others who weighed in with some suggestions. I'd like to, if possible, get this signed off on tonight, because I keep checking those agendas and there are still, a handful of boards and committees that have just the report, whether it's from a department head or somebody. And I'd like to, try to nip that in the bud. So any substantive comments about the additions or it overall?
So could I just ask a question on your note?
Yes.
So you don't want to keep in the last sentence, right? So my only question about that is, let's say that something comes up that you need to have an emergency meeting within 48 hours of notification. Does that get complicated by taking that out of there? Like if it's not an amendment to an agenda, but it's actually a meeting that needs to happen.
Yeah, again, and this is, I alluded to this last time, it becomes, the reason I put that note in there is because I tried a number of different ways to deal with it that didn't just beg any number of additional questions. So I guess it just strikes me as a pretty narrow category, and trying to address it, for that very, very narrow category, to have a whole paragraph that honestly I think is going to suggest additional questions along the lines that you're referencing. So that's why I put it in there, but that's why I put the note in saying, but I don't want to do it. So.
Okay.
So I agree with not including that sentence. I just think I think there's the potential that someone's going to say, it's like, this gives us the out so that we can address this. And I really would much rather not. Again, having said that, in my time on this board, I think we've had one emergency meeting, and that was the night before we had to close the townhouse as part of the pandemic. And we had one emergency meeting. I think we scheduled it for a Sunday night. I just think it's so rare that something so drastic comes up that it can't wait for that 48-hour posting period. I just don't think that, I think putting it in there is just going to raise too much of a potential that it could get a board or committee in trouble. And there's a lot of people out there that are looking to get boards and committees in trouble, and let's not give them that ammunition. It's my opinion.
Anyone else?
I don't feel strongly either way. I'm happy with the note. I could live without it.
Okay.
Same here.
Okay. All right. So with that sentence not included, I move to approve this communication to our boards and committees about the recent, not changes, but the recent commentary about the open meeting law by the Attorney General.
Can I just ask a question, Marty?
Yep.
Can we actually vote on something under report, or does it have to be? And again, this is
I think we can.
a process. I mean, I don't know. That's why I'm just asking.
Yeah, I think we can. I mean, there's notice of the fact. I mean, in a weird way, that's why the AG said you had to have these things on, because there might be a vote or there might be, a substantive discussion.
Okay, I just thought I would ask.
And as a practical matter, honestly, I don't even think we need a vote on this. I think we can just determine that having reviewed this, that we now leave it to the town administrator to communicate with the boards and committees. I don't think it's not a policy; it's a communication to advise them of the recommended approach to the new open meeting law dictates. Yeah, Mark.
Mr. Chairman, just real quick, it says from to be determined. Did we just determine that it's going to come from me?
Yeah.
Okay. Just checking.
Congratulations.
All right, so I'll withdraw my motion. Even though I'm pretty comfortable with the fact that, again, I think, if that's not what the Attorney General was trying to say, that because you might be voting on something or you might be having, then I'm not sure what they're saying. So, all right, and what's my, and the third thing is just, very quickly, the legislation that had been lingering for a while, the economic development legislation. There's two things. Number one was reported today. I saw it in my Southborough. The $250 shall be expended for costs related to a wastewater treatment facility in the town of Southborough. So I'm not sure if that's money in the bank, but it's at least it's at least in a bill that was passed by the legislature and signed by the governor. And so I guess kudos to Representative Dijkma for following up on that and getting it in there. But we should keep pressing on that. That'd be an interesting, that's obviously been one of the issues in thinking about downtown development, that wastewater treatment is a big deal.
So, Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, that was something that was that Representative Dijkma had included in a capital bond bill and passed by the legislature. Now that capital bond bill, all those millions of dollars worth of projects comes under the purview of the governor to release when he finds funding available for those things. Representative Dijkma says only about 30% of those projects ever get released. So again, when we're ready and we're ready to make a push, then I think we can see about trying to get the governor to release some of those funds.
Okay. And then the only other thing is there is an item in there providing $75,000. It's not for us, but it was $75,000 for the town of Hudson for a pilot commuter shuttle service linking employees to the Southborough commuter rail because it makes stops in employment hubs such as Boston, Worcester, and Framingham. And again, just something to think about, and in conjunction, Marika's still there, sort of in conjunction with discussions with the EDC. I don't think there's a commuter shuttle service from the train station along Route 9. And that might be something that would be worth exploring. Mm-hmm. So Hudson got $75,000. Again, same 30% chance of them ever getting it. It's better than zero, I suppose. But anyway, just wanted to flag that the state is at least thinking about shuttle services from train stations in terms of economic development. That is it for me.
Marty?
Yes.
Could I ask a question about that?
Yep.
Another item in that bill was related to the housing choice issue. And part of that requires towns to have at least one zoning district where multifamily housing is by right.
Yep.
And I'm not sure that we qualify at this point. I don't remember. I didn't go back and look, but that would be a good one for town council to take a look at, make sure we qualify, and if we don't, to figure out what we need to do to get in compliance.
I think it's pretty clear. I mean, it has to be within a half mile of a train station.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I think, and part of, there are a number of other things that we've been talking about that may tie into that, but clearly, and there are penalties if towns don't come up with a zoning district like that. I'm pretty sure we don't have one right now within a half mile of the train station.
Yep.
Yeah,
So
good
that
point.
would be useful to get underway ASAP if we could start figuring out what we're going to do about that.
Agreed. All right, members' reports. Brian, you want to talk quickly about our great adventure with our office hours?
Sure. So we had office hours last week. We had 2 attendees over the hour. One relatively new resident to town, lives on Lovers Lane, as I recall. Got into some good discussions with him about, he was curious on an update on the Park Central matter. We had a good discussion on the continued use of Zoom for public meetings going into the future. He had also a discussion on the DPW, and he had expressed interest in a recycle only permit, really more for yard waste, being able to use the transfer station for yard waste. And Ms. Reynolds joined us as well and got into a good discussion on strategies for promoting the upcoming downtown initiative, and ways that we can get the word out ahead of town meeting, so that people show up at town meeting understanding of the proposal and prepared, hopefully, to vote in favor of it.
All right, and the only other thing I'll add on office hours is that next week, I believe it's going to be Ms. Braccio and Ms. Malinowski.
So that's one question that I had. I know that next Tuesday is also and Mr. Purple is going to address this, the Accelerate 8 program. And I don't know if we want to hold the office hours and compete with people also potentially attending that Mass DOT presentation on the upcoming bridge replacement project.
I'd like not to skip a week. Lisa and Chelsea, do you want to put it on a different night? Do it on a Wednesday or something?
I think advisory is meeting on Wednesday.
The Accelerate meeting is at 6, Brian. I don't know. I mean, I think the office hours have been starting at 7:30.
Yep.
Yeah, so I would think, how long they can hold people's interest on that subject. There is Q&A, but if you start them at 7:30, I think that, the crowd can then move over to office hours.
And Lisa, you said you thought there were some people who had reached out to you and were lined up to. So why don't we? Yep. I hear you, Brian. Why don't we do it at 7:30 and roll the dice that we don't get too much overlap.
And Marty, I've attended a couple of those Accelerate meetings by MassDOT, and they didn't last more than an hour and a half.
Okay.
So
all right.
It'll be different, but who knows?
All right, so let's just leave it at that. Leave it at next Tuesday, and Ms. Braccio and Ms. Malinowski.
All right, thank you.
All right, next up, is this you, Lisa, the MMA annual meeting workshop update?
So I think it's me and anyone that may have attended one of the workshops, Marty. I'll keep this brief. One of the workshops that I had attended through the MMA was about economic development. And there were just a couple key points that I wanted to be able to share with the board. They focused a lot on vacancies. And one of the key points was that the key in building class rents, vacancy, and risk is it's expected that next year will begin the suburban sprawl, with large offices maintaining a small downtown presence and opening offices in the suburbs surrounding downtown to allow for lower density as well as easier parking and commutes. So I thought that was interesting as they talked about the sprawl and people kind of going out of the Boston and going into the suburbs. And, that kind of ties in with what we're looking to do downtown as well, with being able to increase opportunities downtown. Another statistic that I thought was unfortunate was that more than 4,000 restaurants in Massachusetts have closed during the pandemic, and a large percentage of them are not expected to reopen. So there was some guidelines for the assessors to kind of to think about. One was that they'll need to compile accurate information on income and expense statements for 2020. This should include any revenue received from PPP and local grants. Business personal property accounts will need to be closed if out of business as of January 1st, and loss of personal property tax dollars, which I know is always a concern. And again, there was just some other data about tracking, but it was really a great seminar. I had also attended the women's WEMO seminar, and Mayor Spicer was able to speak through that, and that was very enlightening as well. It was something different and something nice. So I appreciated those. One other point I just wanted to touch on quickly, and I know Vanessa and I had talked about this, about the Community One Stop for Growth portal. So Marty, if you're willing, I know her and I had a rather lengthy discussion. If you wouldn't mind allowing her 2 seconds to speak to this. I know she had also attended, and I just think it's a great opportunity for.
Oh, no, absolutely.
Okay.
Sure.
So Vanessa,
So-
I'll turn this
okay.
over to you, and I'll jump in at the end if I need to, but I think you
Okay.
got this covered.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll be very brief. I know the hour is getting on. So the One Stop Grant Program is a new initiative that Governor Baker and Lieutenant Governor Polito put out just recently. And what it is, it's created a new portal at the state level for about 10 different agencies to do a streamlined application process. So and one of the really nice benefits of this is that this team, which the Lieutenant Governor, I believe, has called the Get Stuff Done Cabinet, is her new acronym for this. But so it's a team of consultants at the state level made up of reps from a lot of these different agencies that are looking at your grants as they come in. You know, they're helping you determine, you know, what agency is the best fit for the project you're trying to do. So it's saving a lot of time and a lot of effort. One thing that they mentioned during some of the webinars last week was that they've decreased the amount of questions by 70%. So, you know, at our level, it's going to save an enormous amount of time. The other thing that they're talking about within this new program is they're helping you define what your project is. So if you just have an idea, but you're not really sure, well, is it ready for a grant program yet? You can still submit this idea, and because they're working as basically our consultants, they're helping you figure out, well, is this ready? You know, is this shovel ready yet? Do you have all the information you need? If you don't, you know, let us help you find the details that you need to sort of move it forward. So it's, you know, it's energy and environment, it's housing, it's mass works, it's, you know, rural development, urban programming. There's 2 or 3 more that I think I'm forgetting off the top of my head, but so it's a brand new program. The timelines are fairly strict. There is another webinar, I think, on Thursday. So Mark and I are in the process of pulling this information together and getting it out to all our department heads. And it's something that they're looking to move quickly on. But again, I think it would be a huge benefit to us in our organization, and does a lot of the work that maybe we had thought about paying a grant writer to do. So I think it's perfect timing for us right now. And I'll turn it back to Lisa in case I left any details out.
No, I thought that was great, Vanessa, and I just think it's a great opportunity, and where we're looking at such budget crunches right now, to be able to utilize this and move forward with some grants that we may not have before. So again, I just think it's a great opportunity, and thank you, Vanessa, for that.
Thank you.
Marty, could I comment on MMA too?
Sure.
I said on that. I also saw the one-stop grant thing. And what struck me about that's a great way to leverage our new part-time grant writer position to make them far more effective. But also I sat on the How to Get Public Health Right workshop, and I'm going to pass along some information from that to our Board of Health. I think there's some very good ideas there. Some interesting regionalization opportunities that I think our Board of Health is willing to entertain. And so I think there's opportunity in that direction. And I helped myself not get sleep easily by listening to the cybersecurity workshop. I continue to worry about our exposure there, and the longer we go without an IT manager, I think we continue to have risk there that fortunately we're probably pretty low on the radar screen from people who are looking for places to hack. But I got to believe, given what I've heard from that workshop and other places, that we have great upside potential for hardening our target a little bit for people who might be wanting to do bad things with our technology infrastructure. So I would encourage us to continue to focus on ways to, again, shore that up and at least deflect those problems and make it easier for people to hack elsewhere, which is probably the best defense. So again, we just reinforce the need and a lot of attention being paid to this. And I hope that we'll be able to focus some on it going forward. So that's it for me. Thanks.
All right.
I had one for MMA, Marty, if I may. So I was in the WeMo session as well. And as part of the breakout portion, my group was talking about municipalities that have actually used CARES funds to get rooms set up to do Zoom, so that when boards and committees can start meeting at least 2 to 5 board members, they have the capability of getting the public participation through Zoom still. So that's something that I would like to work with Mark and Carla on exploring. And obviously, in the absence of an IT director, I think we would need to look at utilizing someone to come in and look at probably public safety building meeting room, and then the townhouse on what would need to be done to get those rooms up to speed. And it sounds like at your office hours last week, you got good positive feedback about the Zoom environment. And I'm also getting residents who are enjoying being able to view meetings and want to see that continue. So I think that might be something that we can capitalize on with CARES.
Great idea. All right. Update on interface for youth and family services.
That's me. That's me.
Okay.
So I had the opportunity to meet with youth and family last week and attend an interface kickoff meeting. That went live yesterday, and it is a hotline for Southborough residents to call to get matched up with a mental health counselor and or support. So it's a line that you can call between Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, if you are a family member and in need of counseling services. And the information is on the left-hand side of the Youth and Family Services webpage on the town website. So I just wanted to give that a plug so that we can spread the word for residents if they need that service.
Great. And is that, aside from the Youth and Family Services website, is that something that's going to be on the town website, or it is? Okay, Vanessa's nodding. All right, you guys are 3 steps ahead of me. Okay, Complete Streets Mass DOT submission update.
That's mine.
Mr. Stivers.
Update from recent Public Works Planning Board meeting, and sort of a heads up for our group. You're going to be seeing more of this shortly from Karen Galligan. Excuse me. DPW has been working on a project plan for Complete Streets, the funding now from the state. And the application is due late February, early March for the next funding cycle. They've been working with VHB engineering consultants, starting with the 2015 Sidewalk Committee report, which identified 59 projects, mostly sidewalks and some related infrastructure updates. And they analyzed and re-ranked that report, the projects from that report, and added a few to align with what they believe the state is likely to be interested in funding. So Karen is going to send that updated list at some point here to us for review, approval, and get on the submission track for the funding next time around. And I think the decision that's going to be asked of us is the list the right list? Are there any projects that we have that should be added to the list? And then to approve what I think will be a recommendation from Karen about a few projects for funding in this next round. List will have 60, 70 projects on it, and we don't get many chances to update that list. So a broad list is useful. But then each funding cycle, we will probably pick 3, 4, 5 projects to apply for funding, given that the chance for actual funding is probably not great. And you don't want to apply for too many. So again, that's coming hopefully next meeting or so to keep that process moving. They've got an updated sidewalk map for town, which is very interesting. Again, that will be, I think, a useful device to look for opportunities for additional projects in here. But VHB, I think, has done a pretty good job of analyzing, re-ranking there. And I think it would be a great opportunity to get into that funding pipeline and maybe accelerate some of the sidewalk projects that Karen has been working on out of that 2015 report. So that's coming, and hope people can spend a little time looking at that and be ready to keep pushing it forward. Thanks.
I know Karen's on a roll.
That's
You should
right.
make sure that her name is featured prominently on the paperwork. Good stuff.
Marty, can I know I actually was invited over the weekend to sit in on a cable show that's for the seniors. So I know it's outside of the 48-hour window because I couldn't add it to be updated. So is it okay if I just take a couple seconds and just talk about
Absolutely.
Okay, so I was invited to attend the Frank and Mary show. It's for seniors and it's done on SAM, and it was really a great opportunity. And I'm looking forward to going back. I was invited to come back, so I guess it went well. But we talked a lot about town meeting and the articles, and they're actually interested in having a couple shows showcase some of the articles for town meeting. We talked a little bit about the budget, and they're interested in having, me come back and talk about the budget again. And again, it's all about giving information to the seniors. And I think this is really a great venue that we as a board haven't touched or haven't been had the opportunity to. So I think this was a really great opportunity. I was able to talk about office hours as well. We talked about the vaccine clinic. And Zoom, we talked about how successful Zoom has been, as Chelsea had mentioned. So I just wanted to share that. I think it's going to be a great opportunity for the board going forward, to be able to get word out to our seniors and just another avenue to address things. So.
Hey, Lisa?
Yes.
I would think that's a much broader audience than seniors. I mean, anything we can do to inform the public generally about town meeting, warrant articles, and what's going on in terms of budget and so forth. Be great if we could find ways to publicize that much more widely than just through the senior center. Maybe myself, for example, and not focus it or suggest that it's limited just to seniors, maybe.
Right. And I mean, their focus is senior, Sam, but again, they're like interested in some of the articles that may have carried over from last year. They're interested in having some of the proponents of the articles come in and giving them a little bit of a spotlight to talk about it, and I was thinking going forward, the downtown initiative, might be something that we could go in, and it's only a half-hour show, but it does have a broad reach. And you're right, Sam, there may be, knowing that, we're going to be going and talking about a specific topic, we can certainly publicize it for the public as well. It's just, again, it was a great forum, very laid back. It was, and I appreciated the opportunity to go there. So
did you have to change your name to Mary to be able to participate?
I did not.
Lisa, very quickly, I have stumbled upon that show, but not because I was looking for it. If I were looking for it, how would I find it?
So it's on SAM, so you could actually access it from YouTube as well. If you go onto the Southborough Access Media page, the videos show up on there as well. And they actually, if you have it on the cable, it shows like the Board of Selectmen's meetings run and whatnot. So
okay, great.
But yeah, you can access it through YouTube. It's just another great venue, and I was very thankful to be invited to go. So that's it. Thank you.
All right, we're on to consent agenda, right, Mark?
Fine with me. 3.5 hours in is my sweet spot. So,
Town administrators report.
Mr. Chairman, we've already touched on some of these issues, so I will try to just continue to move through. First, we did mention earlier about the Accelerate bridge replacement project that MassDOT is working on. This is to replace bridges on the Turnpike east and westbound over Flanders Road in Westboro, Parkerville, Corderville, and Woodland and Southborough. It's going to happen between June and August of this year. There's some prep work that's going to be happening later this month. There's a virtual public meeting that's being held on Tuesday, February 9th at 6 p.m. and to discuss a little bit more about how this is all going to work. It's going to be weekend work, and they'll talk a little bit about that process. There's going to be Q&A. There is information. We'll have it up on our website. We'll tweet it. We'll send it to the blog. We'll get it out there, links to join the meeting. And then there's also the opportunity, if you want to just sign up for this information, they'll send you emails when there's more information on the project. So that may be easier for some people to get. So we will post that up on the website. The next item is, and I assume if there's questions, people will just stop me. The next item is to try to close out an issue. If you remember, there was a request information that was sent a couple months back. Advisory wanted to take a look at accruals and payouts that happened last fiscal year during the pandemic. And Mr. Malinowski had given a report to advisory at one of their recent meetings. And I just wanted to kind of give the board the highlights of what he presented to advisory. So in terms of the year-end payouts, he took a look at who had been paid out for any accrued time. The department heads, there were 4 department heads who were eligible for a buyout of 1 week of vacation time per their contract, including me. I took advantage of that. The police chief took advantage. The fire chief chose not to take it, and even though he was eligible to do so. And the fire department had suspended the ability for their members to take time during the beginning of the pandemic. And the chief had made an agreement with the union to pay out certain vacation and personal time due to the suspension of leave. The agreement was issued as part of a directive by the chief. It was not grieved. And advisory had raised the concern that there was no clear mechanism in the collective bargaining agreement that allowed for the payout of personal time. Vacation, holiday was clearly covered. And the concern is that it may set a precedent. However, in the directive, the chief was explicit that there was no precedent that was being set. Union had the opportunity to challenge that and did not. So does not feel that issue remains. With SAP employees, there were 6 employees who originally granted carryover of vacation time beyond the provisions allowed in the SAP. When Jason worked with Brian Ballantyne and me to look at this and identified them, we remedied those accruals, communicated the issue with the employees. In short, I got involved in a process I really didn't need to. And once the understanding was there, I made sure that was remedied. Advisory also asked Personnel Board to take a look at the SAP, the bylaw, in terms of the amount of accrued vacation that be carried over at any one time for SAP employees, and take a look at the sick leave payout policy, which happens when people retire. And Personnel Board has taken that under advisement, and they will take that up in the future. I do not believe that this is something that they'll be able to get their hands around in time for this town meeting that's coming. As was alluded to earlier, all of our leave accruals are all handled centrally within the payroll, within Brian's department, except for fire. And fire is being brought over. When fire first gave the report as to the accruals for the members, something wasn't right in the report because the accruals looked tremendously out of whack, which I think is what Ms. Malinowski alluded to with regard to the auditor and the report that went. The auditor we didn't get the corrected report until the auditor was basically, finishing up the audit. And so those changes will be reflected, in the next audit report. The issue was fixed. The accruals are correct. Everything is within the parameters that they should be. And there's new process, between Chief Achilles and Brian Ballantyne to move the whole management of that process now to the townhouse. And the payroll person in Brian's office is working with Harper's to get that all set up and that. So now that all accruals will all run through the townhouse, all through the payroll department, and make it more centralized.
All right,
Marty?
hold on a second, Brian.
That's the issue on that.
All right, I just want to make sure there aren't questions or comments about this.
Yep.
I'll start with you, Lisa.
Okay, thank you. So if we could just go, Mark, I appreciate the update and I appreciate that steps have been put in place for going forward. One of the things that most concerned me regarding the payout of the personal time outside of the contract was one that the board was unaware. And that was concerning to me because the Board of Selectmen signed the contract. And if a discussion regarding something obviously outside took place, I think the board should have been made aware of it, A. And I think and I understand during COVID, but I think there should have been discussion all around on all of these topics with the board. And that's not to take away, you know, any authority, Mark, that you have. So I'm just concerned, and I would hope that going forward, and I know you and I have had this discussion, that going forward, things hopefully aren't going to happen outside of a contract. There was a financial impact with this. I think the optics of it weren't necessarily good all around. And again, I think that there were missteps made, and while I appreciate that things are fixed going forward, and I think your update covered most of these things, I would just hope that we would be maybe more informed going forward. And I guess I'll just leave it at that.
No, I hear you, and I appreciate, you know, I appreciate the feedback. I mean, again, we've talked about this, and you know, it was, you know, between March and June, you know, there was a lot going on, and you know, I can't sit here and tell you that I had my finger on everything. You know, it was you know, trying to move our operations all remote, you know, trying to, you know, address issues. And like I said, I think, you know, no one did anything that, you know, that was done maliciously, you know, or, you know, or intentionally didn't do something for a particular reason. So I'm hoping that this was a one-time, you know, issue. These are issues like we talked a little bit about, you know, in the management letter. These are one-time issues, you know, and I don't see there being opportunities for these issues to be revisited. So hopefully, you know, that piece, you know, is behind us.
No, and I appreciate that. I just, again, I was concerned, concerned that payments were made outside of a contract that's, you know, no one was aware of, and how that could have happened. But and again, I appreciate steps have been put in place. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Chelsea, did you have something?
I do. Yeah. So I have a few comments on this one. I think a few different themes came out of this, and on the accrual issue, I'm glad to see that steps have been put in place, but I'm not sure that was a one-time issue. I think we've identified an issue, but I'm also concerned that it came to advisory to find these issues. So that's concerning from my perspective. Is, you know, this was out there for how long, and so I'm glad to see that we've moved it out of the fire department, but that's concerning to me. I'm embarrassed as a board member on the optics of this. I think that as a board member, I expect to know when things outside of regular operations are changed or any financial impact happens. Now, I understand that everything was still within the budget, but I still think that it should have been brought to the board to say, and maybe we would have agreed that was the right decision, but I think kind of like what Lisa said, I would rather know ahead of time rather than on the back end. I also think that there's policy. So there's policy, and then I think there was kind of sloppiness related to some of the issues out of here. And I really hope that personnel board takes this under advisement in terms of the liability that is in the SAP in terms of vacation and sick time. I think if you look at how people can accrue, I don't know of any place that you're allowed to actually get paid out for more than what you're accruing for. So I hope that they take it under serious consideration for sooner rather than later to take a look at that and make a recommendation. So I think going forward, I'm looking for a more proactive approach and more collaborative approach so that we can make the right decisions for the town, the employees, and the taxpayers.
Anything?
One other comment.
Yeah, hold on a second, Sam. I'm just going through. Brian? No, all set? Okay, Sam, go ahead.
Again, I echo Chelsea's comments. I was surprised to see advisory come up with this one. So that to me was interesting commentary on the internal review of the process. And I think it sounds like it's fixed now, but makes you wonder what else might be lurking there. And I think that we need to take a careful look at this and related issues internally. That's it.
I don't want this to have a characterization, Sam, as to what you just said. Well, if this is out there, then what else is out there, right? I don't think that's a fair assessment. I don't appreciate the characterization, Chelsea, of sloppiness, but I hear the comments, and I we'll take them back, and like I said, we're going to move forward, and we're going to move forward the right way. So I appreciate that.
All right, all set with this item?
I think so.
COVID-19 vaccine update.
So one of the things that, we've been looking at, and I think has been the focus of Board of Health as well as the Senior Center, has been trying to find ways to get, our most vulnerable populations, taken care of in terms of vaccines. I had hoped to have a little bit more information for you tonight. I know that Board of Health has been working with surrounding communities and trying to find opportunities, that we can exploit or explore to try to get some of our seniors over 75 vaccinated. Those have not come to fruition yet. I think that the lack of determination of vaccine being available is part of that issue. But there is a new link on the COVID page on the town website for the Council on Aging. Trying to determine who wants a vaccine, do they have their own transportation, a lot of those things, because the information comes quickly as to when things are available. And I know that the computer signups are part of the issue. And so it's something that, that we're working on and we continue to talk about. Again, looking at putting on a town vaccination clinic when we open it up to the general public. We're still working with AFC in Marlborough to administer that clinic for us. And again, it's going to be dependent on vaccine. So I hope to have more news. This is probably going to be an item like the budget that we keep on each agenda and just give you updates as we get them.
Mark, I suspect I'm not telling you something that you and a lot of others, but when I hear population 75 and older, and I hear links on the website, et cetera, there's a real disconnect there. And I know that it sounds like the Senior Center is very involved with this, because I know they have a battery of phone numbers and the like. I just think that, and I'm not suggesting anybody's doing this, but computers are not going to be the answer for making sure that the 75 and older population is informed about this sort of stuff.
Well, I know that the seniors, and to that point, Marty, the senior center and Pam and her staff, they've been doing personal outreaches. And so I think that this is just another avenue, to try to get that same information back. But, they have great databases for our seniors. They can organize it by age. They can go down through and probably, grab, a couple of hundred people who are eligible, for a vaccination clinic, in a fairly short time. So I think it's just another avenue, because there are some seniors that are, more computer savvy than others. But I do know that is one of the hangups of this process.
I guess the one other thought is, and maybe this conversation's already happened, but if the Senior Center needs manpower, in other words, if they don't have enough people to do the reaching out, particularly on a short-term basis, then we as a town need to figure out a way to supplement that.
And Pam she's got great staff, but on top of that, she's also got great volunteers, and she's got a go-to team that she can go to and bring them in, to help out with that type of stuff. But if it gets beyond her, she's not afraid to yell. So.
Okay.
Yeah, Marty, if I can just add to on top of what Mark said is that was brought up today on the Frank and Mary show, and Pam said she has a long list of volunteers that it will take a couple phone calls and she could have as many people as she needs, doing outreach. So I don't think manpower on this is an issue at this point. She's got a lot of volunteers.
Good to hear. All right.
And one last issue. Let's leave on a good note. So just updating the board on the land court issue, Town of Southborough versus Cram. As the board knows, this was something. This was a tax title case where the town took possession of the property. The owner had wanted to redeem the property. The board agreed to allow the homeowner to redeem the property so long as all fees and expenses and everything for the town were all taken care of and the town was made whole. A letter was issued on January 26th to Land Court seeking a motion to withdraw the complaint because on January 25th, the town received a check for $65,867.56 to fully satisfy the outstanding taxes and also all of the legal fees and expenses the town incurred in taking this through the process of acquisition. So that matter is successfully closed.
Great, and nice job by Mr. Cipriano and
Mr. Ballantyne.
And Mr. Ballantyne bringing that whole process home. Great. All right, consent agenda, open session minutes from January 19th. Any edits, changes, etc.? None. Whoa.
Wait a minute. I'll go back and look again.
Where are we on the clock here? All right, so I'll move to approve the open session minutes for January 19th, 2021.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Shea. Discussion none. Ms. Braccio.
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski.
Aye.
Mr. Shea.
Aye.
Mr. Stivers.
Aye.
Mr. Healy is aye. We are done with the consent agenda. Other matters, we already dealt with A. 7B, recommendation for shared administrative position between selectmen and treasurer offices. I'm not sure what your plan is on this, Mark. I mean, it seems like a pretty reasonable, I guess my one question is, do you need us to approve this? Or are you just, in other words, it seems like something that falls within your administrative, responsibilities. Is it because it's the selectman's office? I'm just curious.
Yeah, well, so I tend to, while I'd like to agree with you, and I tend to agree with you on that, it is because it is the selectman's office. We are changing what we do with this administrative position. And I really think that if the selectmen aren't supportive of what they want to do, it makes it more difficult to carry it forward budgetarily. So, I did want to bring this to the board, for comments, consideration. The job description.
My only question was, do we actually need to approve it? I understand, it makes sense.
I don't think that you need to approve it. I'd appreciate a vote, but I don't think it's necessary.
Okay. All right, I don't have anything on it. I'll start again with you, Lisa.
Okay, I have a couple. Do you want to split this into like two pieces, Mark? I mean, this position and then the job descriptions. I have comments on all. So
yeah, so I have had comments with some of you. Some of you have had a lot of comments. Some I haven't had any. Some here and there. There's two things going on here. One is redefining the administrative assistant position in the selectman's office. The second ancillary pieces are that the executive assistant and the now visible assistant town administrator have not had the job descriptions haven't been updated in quite a while. So trying to bring those up to up to where they are now to reflect what is being done and by who. But I think to your point, Lisa, it's important for us to move forward with the shared position. And if we feel that, we want to talk a little bit more about the revised job descriptions for the other two positions, then I agree with you that we should break those up so as not to hold one back for the sake of the other two.
So my comments are brief on both. So on the shared position, initially when this was pitched, and I understand at advisory, Brian had given it a different number, and I would like some form of justification how we got from 10 hours to 17 hours. I think that's for me, that's a big change. Also, under the administrative support will be provided to conservation, IT, and EDC. I don't know what type of support we would be providing. EDC has an admin. So, and my bigger concern was that sentence says, as well as committees that have no staff liaison. You put that out there, and every board and committee that doesn't have someone to take their minutes potentially, or, somebody to help with something, I think that's opening a Pandora's box.
So I think that's forward looking, to be honest with you. And, maybe it's a little bit too ambitious. I know there was originally discussion about, do we put the ZBA responsibilities inside this position too? And again, I thought that was way too ambitious and we're going to promise too much and not deliver anything. I know that Melissa Danza is she's, attending, she could speak to this. She had provided a list of about 10 things that, that administratively, could help with beyond simply payroll and payables. And I think IT and EDC are more, I don't want to say self-reliant, but really beyond payroll and payables, there's really not a whole lot, I think, of need there. But with conservation, I think there is. And of the 10 items that Melissa gave me, about 5 of them I think are administrative pieces that on a regular basis we can help with. The other ones are more project based, but it's going to free her up to do more professional responsibilities, which is helpful.
So I actually didn't have a question on the conservation piece. I think conservation gave a really good presentation at the last meeting. The question I do have on the conservation is how many hours? So if I look at it's a 34-hour position, and 17 hours go to Brian, though I'm still not sure on the 17. That leaves 17 hours as an admin for the Board of Selectmen. How many hours out of that 17 are you figuring to allot to conservation a week?
It's funny when I've had this conversation with Brian about hours, I've had this conversation with, about hours. It's going to be flexible and it's going to depend on what's going on. I mean, there are certain things that are going to happen every week, payroll and payables. It's like death and taxes. It's going to happen. We're going to have to do this. Melissa may get, information requests in for, for somebody who needs a set of plans pulled, and the plans happen to be in the basement, or we have them. A lot of our plans of conservation are electronic, but they're not, categorized in any way that you can find them. So it's kind of a hunt and peck method. Melissa's been working to improve that. How often those things are, are going to happen. It's similar to, I think, some of the efficiencies we created in the office when Maureen Colleary retired. And, and then Lori came in and she's doing a lot of the same things, but she's doing some of them in a different way, which provides more capacity to do other things, which is why she's doing more procurement, and that was something that Maureen didn't do. So it's going to be feeling our way through as to what is realistic and what, what isn't, but I don't think on a weekly basis you can say you've got 5 hours, you've got this time, you've got this time. It's going to be a process to work through as to where the hours go on a weekly basis.
Okay, so I guess, Mark, my question then is I'm trying to understand the 17 hours for Brian. Like I said, when we went through this process before, it's always been 10 in the discussions. So that's one question I have. I did have some questions on the job description itself. Actually, one question, and I won't go through the executive assistant or the assistant town administrator, if, like you said, we'll do that as a separate piece, if we just stick to this piece. So I just wondered on this where, and I actually had this conversation with you earlier about the preferred experiences, familial, oh my gosh, I can't even, it's late. Familiar, I can't say it. This
If
is
you
bad.
can't pronounce it, you can't apply. That's part of the test.
Oh, I can't. This is bad. Familiarity. There we go. Okay. With social media, website updates and other marketing. So I see overlap potentially on that with another job description. So yeah, I guess I'll leave it at that. I mean, if it's more of a backup to that, Vanessa's raising her hand.
That's exactly what it is. Katie
Okay.
and I have been spending a bit of time on this since she's transitioned up to the selectman's office. It's really to have a backup, to me, and to provide some cross training, and to have, someone else to help other departments if they're starting to get a little bit more active in social media. So, it's been my primary area, but we definitely want to have a bit of cross training.
Okay. So I guess that was it. And I see Brian's here. And,
Yeah, I don't know if Brian, Brian looks all wide awake in that.
I know.
If he wants to speak, speak to the need.
Or put it this way. So I would be happy to have a discussion with Brian offline. I'm not necessarily against the 34 hours. It's just how we make up the 34 hours. So Brian, you can certainly address it now, or we can certainly have a discussion offline. I'm just trying to understand. And
yeah, we can follow up offline, but
that's fine.
basically I under ask. I mean, I always under ask, and advisory told me that you never ask for anything. So I asked for 10. It was a low ball, and I should have asked for more. And I probably should have asked for more a long time ago, but I never did.
Okay.
So it's my own fault.
Fair enough. So we can talk offline, Brian, and just to understand the 17. That's all.
Sure.
What you envision that to be. That's it for that piece. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Lisa. Mrs. Malinowski.
Okay, so if we're going to separate into the 34-hour position and the job descriptions on the 34-hour position, I would like to commend Mark and Brian for looking to combine forces and get some efficiencies between their two departments. I think that's the right route to go, especially at this point. I know we're under a tough budget season, and I'm sure that they would have loved to have 40 hours. So I'm happy that we're trying to work in whatever we can. So thank you for that. I agree with Lisa that I think we need to kind of massage the hours allocation. And, I think with Brian's staff in particular, there's certain days that payroll needs to get done. And so I think it also depends on the week, and it may be cyclical. So I think if we can have some flexibility so this person can kind of pinch hit when Brian needs it. And I also would like to see us be able to utilize this person maybe heavier on the treasury side at the initially, so that we can give Brian's staff the opportunity to cross-train each other on the functions that they're doing today, and also on improving their operations and systems that they have. So I think, I'm supportive of giving Brian the support that he needs, but I would like to see us be able to kind of alleviate some of the manual stuff that's happening. So I think in terms of the position, I'm supportive of it. I think, in my opinion, Mark, we should be looking to advertise for it so that you can get it going. And because I think the longer that we wait for Brian's staff, then we're just going to continue to operate the way that we're doing. And, kind of figure out where things lie, and are there better ways to do things for IT and EDC or whoever else. I think we can work through that. I think that's it on the hours or the position. For the job descriptions, I think that actually some things that came out of the meeting tonight. I would like to get more information on where they should lie within the selectman office. So I'm not, I think those job descriptions still need some work. So I think if we can kind of take that up as it may in a future meeting.
Well, I would suggest that, and again, you know, if there's information that we want, you know, that you want to give us offline, if you want to work with us offline on some of these things, I'd really like to get, because this is just the beginning of the process, really, with at least this administrative shared position, because this now is going to have to go to personnel board. Personnel board's going to have to review this. If they feel there's a substantial enough change, which there may be, then they have to put it through a review process to find out if it's graded properly. And again, this is all going to kind of hold us up a little bit. So, you know, it'd be great if there was, you know, general assent, you know, to what we're doing. And then if we want to, you know, figure out the particulars of, you know, the mechanics of it as we move forward, we can continue to move forward, and we can do those things, you know, kind of in parallel as we go. But I appreciate the comment, Chelsea. It's been, again, this is a little bit of a feeling out process. You know, we know what we want to do for this. I know that, you know, everybody was pretty much on board last year with trying to give Brian some additional hours. So it's kind of funny that last year Brian wanted a 20-hour position or a 19.5-hour position, and advisory was good with that. It seemed that selectmen might be good with that, but budgetarily it wasn't working. And Brian, you know, as he just said, he got, you know, he just decided, you know what, I'm just pulling back. You know, because it was more for the overall good than it was for, you know, for Brian. So I think that, you know, we'll have to figure out how this works, what hours we're actually assigning, and we're going to have some history. This isn't something we're going to say we're going to do, and maybe 5 years from now, we'll take another look at it. You know, this is something that we're going to come back and we're going to say, this is how this is working. We're actually putting more time here than we thought we were. And you know, it's going to help us make decisions moving forward when we do create efficiencies. And remember, creating efficiencies don't necessarily mean we have savings in money and hours. Sometimes it means we identify that we should spend a little more and add a little more time to certain things in that for the benefit of the process.
Mr. Shea.
I think I agree with most of what's been said so far. And, you know, with respect to the 17 hours versus 10, I'm just wondering, should we even include that 17-hour breakdown? You know, should we just, because it doesn't change the fact that it's still a 34-hour position, right? And I think that, you know, allowing the flexibility to use those as best needed. Yeah. And I think we also just need to recognize that, you know, we're in a position now where nobody's entering the townhouse. Hopefully we can still allow the proper flexibility so that when the time comes that the townhouse is open as normal, that this position still, you know, provides that flexibility that all the different groups are still looking for.
Well, I think two things to your point, Brian. One, I think as long as Brian and I are in our respective positions, I don't think it's something where you have to say, you've got this many hours, I've got this many hours, because there's going to be that ebb and flow, and we understand that. The second thing is that the two offices for the shared position are like 5 feet away, right? This isn't a building to buildings type of thing. So, you know, it doesn't mean that when if this person is sitting in Brian's side of the world, and I haven't quite decided if it's better visually to do a setup over on Brian's side of the world, and basically have somebody handling things, over there. It doesn't mean they can't be doing selectmen related things while they're over there. It doesn't mean that somebody can't be taking payments while they're doing selectmen stuff type of thing. So like I said, I don't know the division of hours. I wanted to give you an idea of what we're looking to do, but unless Brian's going to, run and scream, I think that, saying you've got this many hours, we've got this many hours is probably the least of the issue right now.
Yeah.
Mr. Stivers.
Thanks. I think it's a good concept, Mark and Brian, and I'm not so concerned about exactly parceling out the hours. I think, again, you guys are very capable of making the right decisions in terms of flexing time as schedules and workloads require here. I am concerned that folks know that I've been pushing for quite a while in terms of getting some capacity for conservation. So my concern would be to make sure that there is enough opportunity in here to take some pressure off Melissa in terms of administrative support. So that would be, again, something that I would look to you folks to sort out and make sure that it's done effectively, which I have confidence will happen. My one question at a higher level is I wonder if we've been looking at this broadly enough. I think the concept of flexing staff and sharing workloads across traditional organizational boundaries is a great idea. You can do it managerially, and we're small enough, I think, that we ought to be able to do that. I think, for example, about the facilities department. We've got some capacity resources there. Should we consider that one as an opportunity, again, for flexing some workload and time, even though they're physically located in a different place? I don't think that's necessarily a huge barrier. I think that building department is another option, but I continue to believe that as the economy starts to recover, the building department staffing is going to be fairly actively involved there. So I don't see that as a significant source of additional capacity longer term here. But, and maybe there are other departments out there, but again, facilities was the one that popped up for me that might be interesting to look at as a resource here that you could think about shared capacity for. So, but again, great concept, and I think we're small enough that we can make it work from a flex standpoint. And I do have some thoughts on the job descriptions that I'll follow up individually with you, Mark, on. Hold us up for that. So anyway, I'm supportive of the concept. I think we ought to get moving and make it happen.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Mark, I'm the cat with stripes, not neither black nor white. I just think it's a managerial decision. It's not additional. It's not additional resources, and we're not on the ground. And unless it seemed crazy for some reason, I just think that my view is that we're at a policy level, not at a management level, and I'm reluctant to get too granular about stuff like this. The idea seems good. I have to trust the folks on the ground about how the division of hours and labor goes, and if it turns out that it's wrong, well, then you're held to task for it. But I think it's a good idea, and I'm willing to trust the management decision about it.
No, I appreciate that, Marty. But I did know in some of the conversations with other selectmen that I don't think that everybody, everyone, I don't want to say they didn't share that view, but I think there's some people want, to understand and be involved in the details a little bit more. And I want to make sure that everybody's interests are.
Oh, I get it. I said that's why I'm striped. I understand that it's a slightly different view, but it's my view. So. Yep.
No. I don't, and I feel badly because I had asked Melissa if she wanted to come tonight in case there was anything to say, and I probably would be hearing about it tomorrow if she came in and she didn't say anything and then she left. So, Melissa, I didn't know if you had any comments.
She's gone.
Yeah.
I can see there. Okay, sorry.
I'm here. No, I completely agree. I thank you for all the input. I think between me, Brian, and my Mark, we can definitely figure out how this will. I know I said just 3 names at once. It's late for everyone. It's
10 o'clock and it gets kind of
This is my second meeting of the night, so I'm meeting out.
I know, and that's why I appreciate you being here.
No, I agree with all of you. I get the concerns about the differences in times, but I think between the 3 of us, we can definitely find the best way to make things work. Like Mark said, I definitely have some things that, are kind of monthly and cyclical that can, be passed off to this type of shared person where they might not need to know the day-to-day activities that I do, but they can at least take the burden off if I'm out of the office doing site visits or just doing the routine stuff. So this will be, a great help to start. And I think I'm as hopeful as Mark and Brian to get this on the road and get that staff in as quickly as possible. So that's about it.
And I do know it's beneficial also, to give conservation the minute taker. Because, I know from experience how difficult it is to be the professional in the meeting and have to take minutes at the same time. It's very, very difficult. So, I think that piece has made things a little bit better for Melissa in terms of a meeting perspective. And now if we can allow her to focus more on enforcement and her professional duties and help with the admin pieces, then that should, give her a little bit more.
I agree.
So Mark, I'm gonna go back to where I started. Are you comfortable just with the sentiments of support and where you are, or do you want? I'm not even sure what the motion would look like, an actual vote on the proposal, if that's what it is.
I don't want to make this harder than it has to be. So unless anybody has got, unless someone's got a bugaboo about moving forward, I'll take, some of the comments, offline, to discuss this, but we'll continue moving forward with this. So I appreciate the feedback.
Everybody comfortable with that approach? That we not
comments?
Yes. Okay. All right. Review of RFP documents for legal services. Mark, I think at least my view is that is to make this relatively easy for us. And that is, I mean, the general concept and all of the materials provided is similar. Come up with an amalgam and of a proposed RFP. That's my view of it. I mean, I didn't think that any one was particularly, some were strong in some areas, some were, weak in other areas. At least that was my view. I guess my inclination is you you do the hard work now. You come up with an amalgam of those samples and make a proposal to us. What do other folks think?
I'm fine with that. If there's
Mark,
anyone
let me see what other folks think first.
Yeah.
Is there agreement with that, or?
Yeah, I went through and I have a list that I'll pass along to Mark. I pulled out things that I thought were important out of all of them, but there's certainly common themes. Clearly, they've been sharing RFP language.
Yeah. You think? Okay. Anyone else?
No, I agree with that as well. I went through them. I particularly like Chatham. That was a me, but basically they're all the same things. They all say the same things. So.
Okay. I think you got your marching orders, Mark.
Yeah, I have my one question, and I'll and if the board wants to give me the input offline, that's fine too. But the one question in some of the documents, they talk about why they're going out to bid for legal services. Some of them, I think Shrewsbury, their counsel was retiring. Someone else, they've decided to make a change or whatever. So that's something that I think that statement, or if you decide to put something in like that, that probably something that should come from the board. So just something to think about.
Leave that out. We'll think about it.
Yep. Okay.
Okay. Timetable for town administrator review. I've got clean copies. I don't. Does anybody think that we should use anything other than we used last time? No. Okay. And they're ready to go. I mean, my inclination is to send them out tomorrow, and have a 2-week. Do we want to do a 2-week window for getting them back?
Sounds good.
All right. So Friday is what, the 5th? So let's say by the 19th, we'll get them out this week, to be returned, I guess, to me. Ah, damn. I guess there's no one else. Yeah, I won't burden Russ with it this time. And he's educated me. I think I know enough of what I'm doing to be able to collate the information and put it in a package to get back to everybody.
Maybe
Does that make sense from a timetable standpoint?
A personnel board member to collect them, maybe?
I'm sorry, what?
Personnel board member to collect and collate and synthesize?
I'm more comfortable doing it myself. It doesn't change the information. And I just know that I'll adhere to a timetable.
Okay.
I won't have to manage somebody else to get it. Okay. All right, that was easy. We already did the MTC survey documents. Final thing before either Ms. Connolly or Mr. Litt have public comment, is the scheduling of the forum. Is planning doing this on February 22nd? They are. So what do folks think? Should we do it? There should be some sort of contemporaneity. Should be close in time. Do you think we should try to do it before, after, in the middle of hearings? What are folks' thoughts?
I'd vote for before, if we could.
Yeah. I think, Marty, too, one of the things that we need to consider is, I mean, typically the Board of Selectmen don't present a zoning article, that it's got to go before planning board in the process. So I think having feedback in advance of the planning board hearings may give us some time to put together some answers that may come up, because that's the one thing we haven't really considered is we have to present and we have to answer the questions at planning board on this article. I mean, I'm certainly not a zoning guru. I mean, that's why we brought Judy Barrett in. So through all of the hearings that planning board has at their meetings, you know, the Board of Selectmen has to, you know, answer questions. I mean, the initial meeting is, you know, is presenting it. And I imagine that would be done with, you know, working with EDC, obviously, because, you know, they did a lot of the legwork on this. But I think we need to think ahead to the 22nd. And that's why I think the forum is probably a good dry run on how we want to present it. There's certainly going to be questions I'm not going to be able to answer. I mean, I'm not a zoning person. I stepped up to try to move the process along and stay on the timetable. I know, you know, Sam's well aware of zoning as well, but it's going to have to be a group effort on behalf of the Board of Selectmen as we go through the planning board hearings. So I just want to throw that out there.
I guess there's at least two categories of questions. Number one are, I guess, political questions. You know, why are we doing this? What are we intending to accomplish, et cetera, et cetera. That's not nuts and bolts zoning stuff. The nuts and bolts zoning stuff, it just strikes me that we want a nuts and bolts zoning person there.
Like Judy.
I'm sorry?
Like Judy?
Yeah.
So I don't necessarily disagree, Marty, but so it will be on, they will open the hearings. My understanding is, and Sam, you can correct me, you probably know this as well. From now until town meetings, they will open the hearing at the meetings to see if there's any questions, because they leave it open.
Yep.
Through town meeting. So is that something that we want to book Judy potentially to be on standby to show up for, or do we want to consider just the first meeting? Because I know there's planning board is going to probably ask some tough questions. And I would expect, even though we had general consensus at our meeting, all of the planning board members weren't there. So I expect some pretty tough questions, and I'm not going to lie, it's certainly not my forte. I mean, I think we need to consider how we want to approach that.
Again, it's just, I think any of us can answer the political questions.
Yeah.
It's the zoning
Technical.
questions. It's no way in 2 years am I going to, you know, get up to speed enough to be able to explain why if you move this, you know, if this piece, it affects that piece, and what other towns have done, and what you're going to accomplish or not accomplish by doing that. I mean, that's nuts and bolts zoning stuff.
Yeah.
I
agree.
Do we
Go
have
ahead,
a
Mike.
mechanism to involve Judy in this?
Well, I'm not sure. I would imagine that there are still funds within the grant. I just don't know if it falls on Mark. Maybe you can answer this if it falls, or I know, actually, I think Julie Conley's still in the audience as well. I don't know if this falls within the four corners, you know, having her come to some of these meetings. Because I mean, the grant money dries up June 30th. So, and I believe we've only used 12,000, Mark, 14,000.
I think we've spent, you know, we paid out expenditures of about $12,000.
So, I mean, there is monies there as long as it fell within the four corners of the grant.
I can't imagine that somehow the work that's been done up until now to put it in a form for a proposal that's covered, and then explaining that form isn't It's gotta be.
Right.
But I don't have the language of the
I don't either.
the grant in front of me. Julie, raise your hand if you think that this is either an easy answer one way or the other, or if it's kind of complicated.
It's raised.
All right, it's raised.
Hey there. Yeah, I'm sure that this is fine. I think the two sort of technical concerns, or I think obviously we'd have to give her more money than what we've already engaged her for, because I think we engaged her for 2 rounds of revisions, and I think we've probably
We've
already
done
gone
that.
beyond that. That's one. And two, just thinking back a couple months to when we tried to set up a meeting with her originally. I know she gets booked pretty far in advance. So my only concern with sort of being on this tight timetable of having a planning board meeting that's coming up in just a few weeks. Also, I'm not sure, this year obviously is a little bit different, but there is the school vacation week right before that. I don't know if that changes, how we think about planning a forum, but I also agree with Sam and with Lisa that I think it makes sense to do the forum prior to the planning board hearing.
Okay, so
I'll reach out to Judy.
Yeah, we're meeting on the 16th, which is the Tuesday before. We could wrap it into that, or we could do it on a separate date that same week, presumably. Is that the vacation week? Is not the week of the 15th? It's the week of the 22nd.
No, it is.
Isn't vacation week the 22nd?
No, the 15th is actually the 3rd Monday of February. I made the same mistake setting up a calendar here at home. So.
Oh, see, I still go that it's Washington's birthday. Yeah.
That's the 22nd. Is anybody going anywhere in school vacation week?
People are skiing, Sam. They're going away and doing a little bit of skiing anyway.
Skiing is the best thing you can do in this weird world we find ourselves. So anyway, what do you want to do it? Even though that, I guess it's school vacation week, we can't do it next week. That's just too quick.
No.
And I think it makes sense. So what do folks think generally? Do you want to do it, wrap it into our regular meeting and carve out an hour and a half or so? I really don't think it's going to be more than that.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
The recording just ended. There we go.
Yeah, we hit our time limit.
Yeah.
So gotta put another quarter in.
Be careful if I find out you can do that.
No,
at 8:15, it's going to go off.
So
Marty, sorry.
You go ahead, Lisa.
I'm just thinking a good dry run is also going to be, the forum that we have as well, as far as the questions that they get asked and how well we can answer them as well. I mean, if Judy's not available. So I think there's great opportunity, but the third piece to this is we have to also think about what we want to present. I mean, we're going to have to put something up on the screen on how we're going to present it. So, and again, I can certainly work with Julie and Marika and come up with something, a draft of a presentation to have, but I would want feedback from the board in advance of that as well.
Lisa,
yes.
I can offer, I mean, in the packet that we provided that we were hoping to send out to the abutters and residents, I think that actually lays a pretty good template for a presentation. So, if you guys are meeting, you said on the 16th, which is the Tuesday, is that right?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if that's, I'm trying to think when else we could do it before then, unless we had it like on that Wednesday night, potentially, and and you guys could approve if that's enough notice. We can certainly have something put together before then or earlier. I mean, I don't know if you can, if it's something you guys need to vote on or if it can just be circulated, or I mean, whatever you think is best. But I'm sure that Marika and I, working with you, Lisa, can put together something pretty quickly. I think the framework's already there.
No, I agree. And I think what Julia is referencing is the information packet that we had kind of gone through at the meeting, and all of the changes that we had discussed at the meeting were taken out. the things that we had wanted taken out, some of the images. And I actually had no changes to what was left. I mean, just the pieces that we had discussed. So we could certainly circulate that, Julie, because on the back of that is a copy of the downtown initiative itself. And maybe that's the packet. So that's something we can distribute to the board relatively quickly because it's already, Marika's already completed the changes to that. So we can certainly do that well in advance of the meeting and have the board have opportunity to look through it.
Yeah, if there's a map, just in terms of informing, if there's a map of what the the district that's going to be covered, if we've got the text of the proposed zoning article,
yep, it's in there.
And if we've got the abridged version of what had been done previously, I mean, boy, that's a pretty good roadmap for presentation.
I agree, but I just wanted, the board to, obviously, as we're presenting it as a whole, I wanted the board to be aware of what we were going to present.
Okay.
So we can certainly provide something.
We're back to when?
Yeah.
So what does the 16th agenda look like presently? Is that going to result in hopefully not a 4.5-hour meeting that night, or is it?
Well, I mean, there's stuff like, for instance, the municipal technology folks wanted to come in on the 16th. I think we can push them to March 2nd. I mean, there's no urgency. I don't think. I mean, I can reach out to Matt Probst, but I don't think there's urgency to it happening on the 16th. Lisa, you would raise
the quarterly financial update. Chelsea, does that?
Yes.
It looks like that's going to be for the 16th.
Yes.
And does it? Well, I guess my question is, for all these things, does it have to be the 16th?
It doesn't have to be. I don't know that it's a big item. Hopefully, it turns into a more routine item. So,
I mean, we talked about capital planning. Lisa, can we kick them to March 2nd? Because that's going to be a lengthy conversation.
I would say no on that one, Marty.
Then
Just based on the discussions we've had. So, and again, this forum could be well attended, and vacation week it could be 5 people. But again, I suppose we could start the forum during the meeting. I'm just trying to think this through. If we started it during the meeting and we found that it was too much, then I suppose, but it would be tough to schedule something else before planning board. That's my concern.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we do that? I think we can do it on one night. We'll kick municipal over to March 2nd. I got to believe we can do that. Think about whether or not the quarterly financial can go over to March 2nd. If capital can't, that's fine. Let's I don't think there's anything in the offing on executive session, right, Mark?
I hope not. I hope not.
So let's start at 6 o'clock with our regular meeting and have a forum at 7:30.
Do we envision the potential for multiple forums? And the reason I'm asking that, this kind of ties into a conversation that we had with Claire that Marty and I did during office hours. And it's, strategies for educating town meeting attendees prior to town meeting. Mm-hmm. And we look back at a couple of huge successes, and one success was preceded by a huge failure with the Main Street easement thing. And it was just much more of a concerted effort with the public safety building, and the second time around with the easements, to know that we needed to really engage people and educate them ahead of time and take the time. And we had the advantage back then of being able to interact with people at the transfer station and, have plans made that people could go over and look at, and you could talk to people about it. And we're living in a time now where you can't interact with people, and you can't, it's much more difficult to meet in person. So this is a challenge that we're going to face with this. So we're kind of breaking new ground on, exactly how is it that, you're going to get a, a potential zoning article passed, at a time where it's so difficult to interact with people.
Yep, I agree. And I'm believe me, I'm not thinking in terms of one forum. I mean, I'm thinking in terms of drumbeat. And that's why in some respects I like the idea of tying it to our meetings. Because we can do, whether it's March 16th or whatever the first Tuesday is in April, have an additional forum and we can talk again. Now, and it's not just to have the forums. I'm really kind of curious. Again, anecdotally, there seems to be a very strong appetite for doing something in the downtown district that gets something done, that has the potential for really improving the downtown, making it a more vibrant place, more everything, more walkable, more vibrant, more, receptive to businesses, more receptive to potentially, alternative type housings than half acre, full acre lots and things like that. That's anecdotally. Now maybe we'll do this and we'll find out that, geez, we're wrong about this. I don't think so. I hope not. But by the same token, we also might find that the sentiment for that is even stronger than we think. So, let's open the doors. Let's hear from people as many and as often as we can. That's my view.
No, I agree, Marty.
And I think it's also going to be important to pay attention to the public hearings that planning has and just, get a sense of comments that, either planning board themselves raise or that others raise to the planning board at those public meetings also. Be able to address those head on.
Yep.
Marty?
Yep.
Maybe we could build publicity or conversation around downtown into some of the selectmen's office hours. Do some specific outreach to say office hour topic conversation if you have thoughts about downtown.
Good idea.
Yeah.
That's a very good idea.
Yeah.
And the other thing that the reason I added in with related Main Street issues, I had one very brief conversation with the CSX guy, which basically laid the groundwork for future conversations with the CSX guy. And I don't want to get in too much into the substance of what I want to talk to him about, although it's more to really flesh out exactly where CSX is. Because I've listened, I've read their letters, I've listened to the communications about what they are saying they want, and if they don't get it, what their position is going to be. Honestly, I still don't have a clear sense of exactly what their position is. And so, I ask questions for a living. I'm going to ask them questions. So. And hopefully get an answer. Maybe by the 16th.
If I can just add something to the downtown conversation. Shopsy met last Thursday morning and had a conversation about the affordable piece that we revised a few times during the consensus meeting. And I know we had an extensive conversation about it. So I explained kind of where we started, what was changed, the conversation that ensued, and then where we ended up. And I just want to bring it back to this board that there's concerns that to hit 8 units to get any affordable is concerning to Shopsy. And I agree with that sentiment. And I think where the consensus meeting ended up, though, was with Judy's guidance, you either use 8 as your threshold or you're going to get no diversity in housing. Right. So I felt like that was a point that we had to choose a path. And Dorianne and I were the ones that were representing Shopsy at that meeting, but I just wanted to bring that back to this board so that you were aware that there are concerned members of that board related to affordable, so that I believe we're meeting the morning of the 16th on this specific issue before the planning board hearing. So you may hear that Shopsy is concerned about that.
Yeah, it'd be good for them I mean, that wasn't us. That was a very compelling point that was made by somebody who, again, knows zoning. And
Yes.
and it was a perfect example of again, the perfect potentially being the enemy of the good. And it might look great on paper, but the practical effect from somebody who knows zoning is going to be that it's not going to work.
Right.
I'd add that the planning board actually discussed this at their recent meeting. Jesse Stein had previously said because of the lack of affordable housing there, he could not support this. They had some discussion around this topic, just as Chelsea suggested, in terms of adding some context. And I think he's now on the fence on it. I don't want to speak for him, but I think that's something we're going to have to deal with the planning board as well to get his support. But I think that Chelsea is exactly right. We didn't do that in the vacuum, and there's some good reasons for where it came out there.
All right. Well, we got our work cut out for us, but that's fine. All right. Are we all set with Main Street, downtown district zoning, etc.?
Sorry, I
guess
just
just-
want to clarify, this is Julie. Or is the EDC authorized to send out those residential packets to abutters and people in town?
As far as I'm concerned, yes.
Yeah, the board had, Julie, as they had prior given me authorization to sign off on that, and yep.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
We will do that. And I think we just wanted to, also make sure that, so just to be clear, the date is going to be on the 16th and we're going to start it at 7:30.
Yes.
Okay.
How to publicize, we need to do that in a coordinated way here somehow. So
Yeah. And Julie, we'll touch base. I don't know what your schedule is this week. I'm fairly flexible, other than tomorrow. Actually, I have a couple of things, but other than that, the rest of the week I'm open. So if you want to shoot me some times.
Sure thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Julie, you're the only one left. Do you have any public comment?
No, I'm good. It's late.
Okay. I think we are done.
Motion to adjourn.
By Mr. Shea, seconded by
Bam, second.
Mr. Stivers. Ms. Braccio.
Aye.
Ms. Malinowski.
Aye.
Shea.
Aye.
Mr. Stivers.
Aye.
Mr. Healy is aye. Thanks for hanging in, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.